Are you still having trouble with that? Do you need me to like send you potions or something?
Be aware of your surroundings.
Oh yeah, then I wanted to talk to you about something real quick. Nothing bad, but so Brownie got me a Sky Golem, one of the motorcycle mounts, and then 3 pets. Uh, Those those were leftovers from Guild Week. So I was thinking, what if we hold another raffle for those? Whenever.
Make use of your time before they rise
Yeah,
up.
then I'll probably announce it like later tonight or tomorrow.
Seek out your true enemy. Do not be fooled by his false images. That is enough.
Do you want me to come over there and like I can give you some lock rocks and stuff?
Be aware of your surroundings.
I know, I just fucking ran into that.
You seriously fucking just ran into that shit?
Dude, I only needed one more step to hit my fucking glider.
Oh god, I'm sorry to laugh, but that's just the best.
You're a dick, and I hope you know it. Dude, I was like, yeah, I got time for that fucking meteor. No, I didn't. Yeah, you fucking missed it too, you piece of shit.
If I'm missing it, you're missing it too.
Where did you go? Come back. Be aware of your surroundings.
Someone just jumped out.
Just as I expected.
Okay, then I'm here outside Jade Temple. So if you want me to help, you can just exit the instance and.
Yo, my kid just like smashed a s'more on the side of my truck. I need a minute.
Where is that? What he said?
You're still in the phase. I think you gotta talk to him to leave. Okay, that worked. Okay, go um, and then don't put that one on
How
your
did you pull him and not them?
That's for your legendary.
No idea.
And then well, there's this if you want the agility instead of the stamina.
Man, I can't tell where the circles are when it's like this. Fuck.
Quit sucking.
Yeah, hopefully now you should have an easier time.
Cool, I got all 528 set. Fucking done.
Where did you go? Come back. The elements are undying. Make use of your time before they rise again.
Hello.
Hey everyone. Right now.
Seek out your true enemy. Do not be fooled by his false images.
Legs round
Fucking hate that.
directly into a
That is enough.
Hey guys. Yeah, see, and I only at 5:35, right? No, I'm working on it, bro. Yeah. Do you have yours? Do you have your one? Wow. Rats. That's good, then.
Does anybody have the daily they can share?
Be aware of your surroundings. Elements are undying. Make use of your time before they rise again. Be aware of your surroundings.
You're watching Buckley again.
That is enough.
Just as I expected. Did you want to give it another go?
Champion, predict your foe's movements and always stay a step ahead. Victory is within you.
Look at that damage, boy.
Hey, lock rocks. Oh my god, that's the biggest crit I've done so far. 523,000? Cool.
Where did you go? Come back! Where did you go? Come back! Aha!
Be aware of your surroundings.
Yeah, no, yeah, you're watching as a new video. I watched one. It's pretty entertaining.
Seek out your true enemy. Do not be fooled by his false images.
But can you find me again? Well done.
The elements are undying. Make use of your time before they rise again.
Where did you go? Come back!
Be aware of your surroundings. The elements are undying. Make use of your time before they rise again. Very good. That is enough.
Oh, you got it. Nice.
Ha! A lopsided challenge.
Do you see? Power without vision causes only random chaos and destruction. Please, young prince, take this lesson to heart.
I am pleased that our hero is still alive. Thank you for the blessing, princess.
and then you can attach that enchantment to it.
We have done it.
Which was, I was hoping I had one for agility or mastery or something, but crit chance was the best I had for you.
Pretty gay coming back with that.
No, Fire Festival's over.
Spoke with
28
Zelensky,
million
who was trying to
fucking
real
damage in
prospect
under
of
30 seconds there.
Nice. And fucking majority of that damage came from one button, I would imagine. You're playing your lock, yeah?
It was fucking 3. Fire and Brimstone, my Immolate, the fucking Conflat Incinerate.
Yeah, so once your setup is done, it's one button Chaos Bolt, right?
Yeah. Take the joy out of it.
But for me to do damage, I need to do so much. Like I can't even think of doing damage unless I fucking get all my fucking dots on them and have to wait for proc, so I'm not fucking...
Yeah, because you're a fucking Shadow Priest.
Yeah, I know.
We learned last night not to trust y'all. I'm not running in that fucking meteor this time. Ha, you can only do that once, bitch. Should have waited.
I know, I should have. I didn't want to kill myself. I just wanted the joke.
Oh, wow.
That's when you stand on the other side and yank them.
That's fair enough. I didn't think I was going to make it on time.
Did you see how much windmill cloth I got done? That's a shit ton.
Why do I have aggro? God damn it.
Bronze playbook there.
These Pandaren question everything. I believe the timeless isle holds...
Is it cool if I start like looking in the guild to see if anybody wants to join us for BWD?
Just forgot to not like to loot the body. Oh my god. Okay, sigils. Nice. I got one of each sigil on that boss. That was nice. Oh, excuse me. Well, I just need one more sigil.
Fast.
Oh shit! Hold on one
Burger.
second.
It's quick. We needed that one button pressed by Little Fat.
I locked in y'all fucking dying, dude. I was just trying to grab quests.
Quest? What fucking quest are you talking about? I have no idea, man. I don't do this PvE shit often. I know there's quest for a Celestial.
This one. Why don't you get back in?
I'm in. Ooh. Celestial Challenge. Man, that's cool. Fuck yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah, one of those every day.
Where do you get that?
Under the shrine, across the way from the bitch that sells seals.
Okay. Are we just like not rezzing him? Where the fuck is he? Out of range, my ass.
Yeah, we can help him with that, boss.
I aggro like a dummy.
God damn, bro, that's fucked up. You see that?
What?
Our tank in the guild's bailing. He said, "Sorry guys, I gotta go. My kids forgot to turn the tub off, and now I gotta pull in my bathroom."
Oh shit. Bathroom pool. Love the reason.
Bathroom.
Best reason ever to kick someone. Did everyone just leave?
Why for real leave?
Yeah, I'm giving you. How do I fucking re-queue? It says I may queue for another one in 11 minutes. Oh, it's already in progress. That's why. Oh,
Yeah, it's already
just-
progressing queue.
it already fucking did it
Hey,
for
we
me.
already
Oh,
got new people.
all right, cool. I was like in the menu, didn't see that.
So we're unable to help Fueled. At least I am because I haven't done the
A Pandaran enigma.
what's it called? The attunement.
A mystery in the mists. I've been here for hours and the sun hasn't moved. Exactly.
Okay, so I guess we'll. Didn't someone say they'll do?
Oh, someone was mad that we kicked the guildie and then realized they had to go anyways, and then left themselves. That is so funny. This is why you don't get mad on other people's behalf.
That is precisely why
Man, you're in a group already?
Time is frozen in this place.
Yeah, it says you are.
This place overturned somehow until recently. This place was lost in the mists, stranded on this inhabitants who found themselves dangerous creatures were forced to live their own currency. Explore if you must, Prince Anduin. But it is the only way trade is possible. I will. I would very
Well,
much
have you done the
unique items.
Have you done the attunement?
The presence of the timeless
Okay.
is proof that many things are possible beyond the boundaries of linear thinking.
Because a Splinter Cell said that he's gonna join too in a minute.
After the cataclysm, my flight's connection to the timeways forever changed.
Frame drop. What the fuck? Here. All right, now I'm good. Oh, it still hurts from a little far away, huh?
Hey,
Well, I can tell you what the difficult part in Blackwing Lair is. That first boss, if you get too many trash mobs, it's very easy to die.
have you tried it yet?
Who, me?
What'd you say? So you're just going to continue helping him in Blackwing Lair? Yeah, sure. I don't think he's in here.
What's up, Ven? Did you see my message earlier? Yeah, shot you a tell saying that we have enough raid food for 21 weeks worth of raiding. No, I bought 18,200 golden carp for fish to do cooking on his hunter last night. Yeah, I'm logging in now. Yeah, for
Hey,
20. What's up, Dingo?
how you going, brother?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
But yeah,
I'm getting my right color up.
nice. Yeah, for 14,600 plat, it was well worth it for 21 weeks worth of raid food. Well worth it. It was 14,518. Yeah, I said plat. I meant gold. Hey, don't be a hater. You're EQ player also.
I'm gonna go fire up the barbecue pretty quickly here.
No bar, no barbecue for you, unless you're making me a
Well,
steak.
I did a lot of steak recently, so we went out and bought a bunch of like smokies and shit, burgers. So
Go make some cowboy beans. What do you guys want, my Death Knight or my Monk?
Probably your Death Knight.
Okay.
see it.
Do we have summons or no? If not, I can
Yes.
fly there. I'm in Stormwind. I'll just fly there. Don't worry about it. So I got a couple new toys to add to my mod collection. I bought them. I didn't farm them, but I have a couple new toys. I like the Witch Hunter's Harvester more than I like the Elementium Poleaxe. But I got them both because yes, they're pole arms, but they both look like a scythe. Oh, not everyone's here yet?
Yeah, Ven's just gonna take. Ven's just gonna walk his dogs real quick. So
Gotcha. Well, that being said, I'm gonna go clear Upper Black Rock Spire a couple times.
okay.
Yep, going to get more rune cloth. Tell you what, that rune cloth sounds like hotcakes on the auction house. Holy shit.
Yeah, especially if he can bolt it.
Which cloth? Where do you get that? Gotcha. Hey, congrats on the few new celestial pieces for your hunter. I'm almost afraid to ask how come you have PvP gems in your gear. I said I'm almost
For
afraid to.
real, why'd you leave that other dungeon, Doc?
I just didn't read the chat. Thought they just kicked our tank from our guild randomly for.
I couldn't hear a word you just said.
I thought they just kicked our tank because he pulled and died. I didn't read the chat.
Why did they kick the tank?
Oh, okay.
I was like, bro, why did they kick him? It's like, I'm not doing that.
What's up, foe?
So
Everyone.
You know what I find to be a bunch of bullshit? How 20 level 45 mobs can sit there and continuously keep a level 90 player stunned. Like when I do my pulls in Upper Blackrock Spire to farm Runecloth, I try to pull as many mobs as I can all at once. And I've noticed that after you get so many, if they all hit you at the same time, they can keep you stun locked. And you can't do shit because that stun lock becomes permanent because they're just constantly hitting you.
Mhm.
You guys there still?
Yeah, I'm there. Watching.
Oh, yeah. If after raids, if somebody could throw me a bunch more hypnotic dust, I could put some more Ember Silk bags in the guild bank. I noticed that the 20 that I put in there went like crazy.
Yeah, those always go out really quick.
I see those went, and the netherweed bags like didn't even get touched. They didn't even get thought about. Yeah, like I said, I think it was this past week I said it. I have no problem supplying the guild bank with Embersilk bags as long as somebody is willing to throw me the hypnotic dust. I could farm all the Embersilk I need to
Okay.
turn it into bolts and make bags.
I mean, I might get some hypnotic dust from disenchanting the stuff I get in here.
Well, you get more hypnotic dust from disenchanting Lich King stuff, like greens and blues.
Oh, I thought that was a cat thing, but okay.
Nah, it's Lich King because all the shit that I made um, in Lich King for Lich King tailoring, I had somebody disenchant and they got a shit ton of hypnotic dust. The only problem is, unless you go and you farm the greens, the only other way you could get hypnotic dust from Lich King stuff is if you make it. And to make anything like cloth wise, you'd need frostwave cloth. Do you have a disenchanter?
Yeah, this character is.
Okay, so what I will do is, so nobody has to spend money buying hypnotic dust, I can go and farm the shit out of Lich King dungeons and just collect the greens. And then what I can do is I can mail them all to you. And then you take what you want from disenchanting and just mail me the hypnotic dust. How's that sound?
Sounds good.
Yeah, the only professions I have are inscription, which I need to work on leveling. I have max tailoring on the Death Knight. I'm like 15 points shy on max tailoring for the monk. I have mining, and I think that's it. Thinking about picking up skinning on the monk. That way I can skin in Pandaria because mist leather goes for a lot in the auction house. Are we starting already?
I mean, I think we're still waiting for Ben, but well,
I'm only asking because Marurin just sent me a summon.
oh, they just sent you a summon. That guy, I don't think Ben's back yet.
Okay. Oh, Telener, were you online earlier when Bismuth hit level 90?
No.
Yeah, Bismuth is Fish's hunter.
Yeah.
Yep. I power leveled him from 80 to 89 and then almost to 90. He finished off 90 in Jade Forest.
That's cool.
Yeah, After I gave him all the carp that I gave him, he went and got himself like 89 and 3/4 of the way to 90.
Hey guys, just what?
What's up, Fuzzy?
Um, I'm 4 bars away from 88 now. 4 bars from 88.
Nice. Keep up the good work.
Trying to. Yeah.
How many people are actually here at the keys in Discord, other than you, Tal, and you, Fuzzy?
Not sure.
Well, the reason why I was asking is because I was going to ask, depending on how Blackwing Descent goes, if we could go and take out Barrett and Hold.
Sure.
Mm. Yeah.
Almost at the end of my first run, and I've already gotten 7.5 stacks of rune cloth, which isn't that bad.
How much is Runcloth worth? Each.
I think it's just over 1 gold per cloth.
Pretty good. How much silk cloth each? Silk cloth.
Silk, I think, goes for about 25 silver a cloth.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
I thought it was worth more.
it's not worth all the time and effort that you put into farming it.
Oh, okay. How about transmog?
I actually have, I think I have 85 or 90 uh, silk bolts, linen, not silk, linen cloth bolts on my banker. If anybody needs them.
I said, farming transmog, is that worth it on itself? Transmog?
It depends on what transmog you're going for. If now,
Mm.
are you talking about personal transmog, so stuff that you loot that soul bound right away, or are you talking about transmog that you
No.
throw in the auction house?
Auction house transmog stuff.
That it can wait. It can be a while for some of that to sell.
Yeah, that's all based around market need and the demand for whatever item you're farming. So if it's something that's not in
Yeah.
high demand, it's not going to sell right away.
Okay.
With that, you're better off just seeing if somebody in trade chat wants it.
Yeah.
How about the Shadowfang Kate thing? Found that. Get the Shadowfang, whatever it's called, weapon. How much is that worth?
I have no idea.
Oh, hey Ben.
Can All right, I'm gonna need a summon on Splinter Cell.
Ben, where are you at?
So for that one's gone for what, 10 minutes?
Something like that. Yeah.
For 10 minutes worth of farming, I got 205 root cloth.
How much is it worth?
I'm probably looking at about 250 gold right there.
Yeah. Good.
I make a shit ton more farming Ember Silk.
Hell yeah.
If I were to throw 600 Ember Silk bolts into the auction house, I could probably walk away with about 1,200 gold.
Yeah.
Are we doing normal or heroic for this?
Normal mode, just because I want the transmog from normal mode, because I think the normal mode transmog looks better than the heroic. We haven't even started. Yeah. Ventresino, you have the wrong cape on. You have the wrong cape. Okay, that's fair. Yeah. Yes, I can hear you.
Power switch on the AC on the adapter on the back of the PC. Power supply could have went out.
Delight.
Nice sword.
Finally, someone to deal with that unsightly pest. You have my thanks, heroes.
Your brother's 18. Yeah, I'm saying that I thought I had a big age gap with my siblings. My sister's 12 years older than me. Yeah.
Just to let you know, I will play tank for classic raids. I will not play tank for siege.
That's fair. I get it.
No. It took me forever and a day to work up the courage to start farming warbreeders like I do. I don't want to be a siege tank. No. Maybe if you bribe, maybe if I get a bribe. But outside of that, no.
That malfunctioning piece of junk was murder on the repair bills.
Somebody always falls off here and dies.
I will.
Almost.
All right. This is my condition. This is my condition for being tank in siege. I'll play tank. No judgment. But there is one piece that I want if it drops on Neuroshin, and that is Gore Health, the purple one. Or no, not Neuroshin. Yeah, it's gonna be a while before we get the Garish, so never mind. What would you say, Van? Yeah, I want the purple version. I have the green one right now. Well, had the green one until I sold it. I only looted it for, or bought it for the transmog.
Yeah, don't attack it just yet. Yeah, don't attack the boss just yet. Hold on. It's a mechanic. I gotta talk to the sky. Okay.
Good to go. Good to tear them apart. Can I go? Can I go? Can I go?
Yeah, go ahead. You just gotta stand in this orange gas it's producing, and then it'll give you a buff so the boss can't kill you with this mechanic. Actually, we might not even see his. Oh, that's his mechanic right there.
He's dead.
Yeah, well, we didn't even get to see his mechanic. But...
I wasn't letting him get that opportunity to throw his mechanic out.
Impressive. You managed to destroy one of my most
Impressive.
creations. A task I had thought impossible until now.
That sight you got there is cool.
Thank you.
It's a cool cape.
Guys playing Pokemon.
Gotta catch them all. That's why you gotta get Pokemon Go.
Oh god.
Meloria. How gracious of you to finally appear from that quarantine you call a laboratory. What have you got this time? By all means. I have no need for eyes to see my enemies. Your clumsy footsteps and foul stench give you away.
Watch your step.
Should we invite Fishy?
No, Fitchy.
Now that
All right, be right back. Going to the bathroom.
I know I could do better with holding aggro, but how am I doing tank wise?
Okay, I'm coming now. Oh, did you guys start the boss?
Phase 2.
Good.
Sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
We never did see eye to eye. Good riddance, I say.
This bitch is going down this week. We're not going to struggle like we did last time we attempted. He's going down.
Yeah, it's much easier on normal.
We are going to get this to the point where we can take him down on heroic every week.
Ben, you're gonna die.
Prepared for the final battle. Then gaze now upon my oath.
Leave it to the hunter.
Rise, sister. Behold the brood mother, Onyxia, reborn. Perhaps my finest work. My dearest sibling. See how the shadow flame animates their bones. They fight at my command.
Wait, how did Warren die?
Phase 2.
Such callous disregard for one's possessions must be met with extreme force.
AOE incoming. AOE incoming. AOE incoming. Phase 3.
Tried to be an accommodating host, but you simply will not die.
AOE
Time
incoming.
to throw pretense aside and just kill you all.
AOE incoming.
Nice job, guys.
Oh, shield.
It'd be nice if we're going to do Baron and hold until Berard. If it's not taken over by the Horde.
Okay, how do we get?
There's
So-
a mage portal, I think, in there.
So what you got to do is go to Stormwind, take the Telberard portal,
Okay.
and then you got to run across the bridge. Do we happen to have a mage here?
Yep.
Can you please, if you haven't gated out, um, throw a portal up to go? I was going to say Stormwind instead of Shrine. Shrine works.
Yeah, but now I got to click on 2 portals.
Gonna have to click on two. One to go from Shrine to Stormwind, and then Stormwind to Telberard. Anybody here a Jewel Crafter?
Not me. Oh shit, we had a lot of people leave.
What the hell? We got this. We could do it with 4 people.
You think so?
I don't know why
I,
it just abandoned. I'll go.
I have faith in us. I'm a take. If I have faith in myself with doing Barrett and Hold, I almost guarantee we could do it with a shaman, a hunter, and a warlock.
So where is this dungeon?
It's a raid. It's over on the second island when you go over the bridge. Okay, so you know where they do PvP in Silverard?
Yeah, the southern area, right?
Yeah. The entrance to the raid is right next to the swamp where the gators are.
Is it down here? D block? Yeah, I'm not going the right way, I don't think.
Give me a second. Just trying to steer fuel in the right direction for gemming his gear because his gems are all fucking cattywampus.
Is this it? Oh, I found it. Hmm.
Hey, do any of you guys have a paladin?
Yes, why?
Is it level 90 with the DPS spec?
No, it has the tanking spec, and I rarely go on it.
Alright, the reason why I'm asking is because I'm trying to help Fuel regen his paladin to all haste and get the proper gem for his red gem slots because there's I don't know if it's haste and crit or what the combo is, but it's haste and something else that he wants for his red gem slots, along with straight haste gems for max DPS on the paladin. You know, it would help me if I just use my damn head and go to the website I use for my Death Knight. Because I can look up proper builds and setups for every class on this site. Give me a second, Talinar, okay?
Okay.
Then are you over in Barrett Hole with Tal?
So I guess it's just three of us.
You got this.
I think this is one of the easier cattle ones, right?
The boss. Okay, when you walk into the raid, the boss straight ahead, the one with the forearms, that one is the biggest bitch out of the three in this raid because she hits like a freight train. The other two are easy. Talinar, can you reinvite Bismuth?
Okay. Okay.
That's fish on his hunter.
Do you think Fishy it would be better off with Fishy on heels?
I mean, however you want to run it, let him know if you want him on there.
I mean, I've never done this one, but
What the hell are you watching, Ben?
he's always watching some crazy shit.
I would say so. Then are you there? Hello.
Wait, where's that? Yo, then.
You guys want to jump down the channel?
Jump what?
I said, do you guys want to jump down the channel?
Go where? Like, doesn't make a difference today.
Okay, so when it comes to the world of ketchup, Heinz is the undisputed king. It was first introduced in the 1870s, being one of the first ketchup brands ever to make it to retail, and over the last 150 years, it's grown massively to the point they now sell over 650 million bottles of every single year. But despite the ketchup being so popular, why doesn't anyone really buy the mustard? Diving into this, we got to go back to the year 1870 and talk about this guy right here, Henry Heinz, who started off as an entrepreneur when he was just a teenager, where his mom had this garden, so because of that, he had the idea to start selling the vegetables door to door, and he decided to go into the vegetable business full-time afterwards. Going into the vegetable business, he had one big problem. That's he realized vegetables go bad really quickly, where 20% of all the vegetables he tried selling locally would go bad before he sold them, and if he tried to ship them out to other locations, 40 to 50% of them would go bad, because this was in an era before refrigerators being common. So because of that, Henry Heinz learned about the prepared food business, where he realized that selling foods that people can buy and then eat immediately had a 5 times better profit margin than just selling straight up vegetables. So in 1870, he launched this product right here, which wasn't actually a ketchup, but instead was a horseradish. It was the first ever horseradish which was sold in a glass bottle so people can see the inside, and because of that, got really popular fast. And he also got into the business exactly at the right time, because in the year 1870, only 20% of people were living in cities, but then cut to the year 1900, and now it's at 40% of the population for 76 million people. And the reason that's such a big deal is they don't have access to farms anymore, so they're looking for more prepared food items, so naturally his horseradish is selling really well. What happens is in 1876, as Henry Heinz is growing his horseradish business, he realized there's another big market he can get into, and that's tomatoes. Because the reason is tomatoes can normally last 7 days before going bad when they're picked fresh, but the problem is once they get bruised, they only last a day, but they are really cheap to be sold, so he realized he can buy them and turn them into ketchup. The thing is, in American history at this point, ketchup is a relatively new thing, where it was originally created in China in the 1600s, and it really didn't come to America as a big thing until the 1850s, but Americans weren't putting the best quality in, where they'd use unripe tomatoes, which didn't taste very good, so Henry Heinz had the idea to use these bruised tomatoes that were actually ripe, which made it taste much better. Because then in 1876, he starts selling Heinz ketchup for the first time using the glass bottles that were similar to the horseradish, and it gets really popular really quickly because it's really the only good ketchup on the market, where he added more vinegar to it, and now he's owning an entire market. Because the ketchup's so popular, a year later he wants to get more in the condiment game, so he actually launches the first ever Heinz mustard, but it never actually did nearly as well as the ketchup or the horseradish. Because unlike ketchup, mustard is definitely not a new thing, where people actually started using it for food in 3000 BC, and the first example of mustard being created was actually in ancient Rome, so pretty much every culture around the world already knew what mustard was by the time Henry Heinz started selling it. Because of intense competition, Heinz basically ignores their mustard business for years, focusing more on the ketchup, but then what happens is in 1904 out of Rochester, New York, French's launches their own mustard, which is supposed to be a much more mild one versus classic European mustard, and it gets really popular with the hot dog boom, becomes this multi-billion-dollar business. Then for years, many people thought Heinz actually had a pretty bad tasting mustard until 2015 when they redo the recipe and put $100 million into marketing it, but the sales were still never that good. The reason it failed can be best described with the show Mad Men. It's Heinz. It only means one thing, the same way French only means mustard, and with that I'm Charles Pearl. Subscribe, learn something. Okay, so when it comes to the world of ketchup, Heinz is the undisputed king. It was first introduced in the 1870s.
These are some of the most disturbing crimes that happen in the World of Warcraft community, and as this video goes on, each one only gets worse. On November 20th, 2017, Kalin Mateas had a debt to settle, and along with 2 other people, he boarded a plane in Romania. Their flight was headed to the US and would take just over 20 hours. But what Kalin knew was that his past was about to catch up with him, and there was nothing he could do about it. Kalin was born in 1979 or early 1980 and raised in Bucharest, Romania, a time that many Romanians called its darkest decade. But to understand this time, we need to take a step back into the country's history. Romania's former president, Nicolae Ceausescu, was 47 years old when he became the leader of an already communistic government on March 22nd, 1965. And when he did, he tightened the control over ordinary people even more and pushed politics that made life even harder for them. By the 1970s, Nicolae had started to borrow money from Western countries to build factories and modernize Romania. But when the country had to pay back those loans, things became difficult. He decided to try to pay everything Romania owed back quickly, and while that happened, the people suffered. The government controlled almost everything: food, electricity, jobs, and people's daily lives. People literally froze and and starved in the dark. But 24 years later, in November 1989, the Romanian people had enough, and they rose up against the government. On December 25th, 1989, after a quick trial, the president and his wife were executed by a Romanian military firing squad. And when that happened, the Romanian people could finally enjoy freedom again. In the 1990s, things changed suddenly. Romania built its internet from scratch, which soon became the fastest in the world, and internet cafes opened their doors across Bucharest, the capital of Romania. It took around 10 years for Romania's modern tech industry to really take off, and when it did, their online systems had almost no real security standards, and so teenagers like Chillin were able to experiment with all sorts of things without really worrying about ever being caught. Between 2001 and 2003, a thriving hacker community grew in Romania. Inside online chat rooms, tech-savvy teens connected and swapped online weaknesses and hacking tips and tricks they'd found. When Chillin first joined the hacker community, he used the online alias Metal, but as his reputation grew, he chose a somewhat darker one, Dr. Mengele, the name of the Nazi doctor who tortured Jewish people in Holocaust concentration camps. Chillin was an intelligent teenager who wanted the world to know his name, and in 1997, 17-year-old Chillin spoke to a Romanian newspaper where he boasted about how he had hacked into US government intelligence agencies like the FBI and NASA. Now, Chillin spent his earlier years breaking into websites and changing how they looked, but by 1999, the 19-year-old was looking for something a little more profitable, and so he set his sights on Ingram Micro, which was a Fortune 500 tech supplier in Santa Ana, California. Once Chillin had accessed their system, he found a flaw that let him create fake customer accounts that looked so legit that they passed the company's security checks. He got to work, created accounts, and then placed orders for computer servers, processors, and networking hardware. And Ingram Micro, completely unaware that the system had been breached, processed every one of those orders and shipped them straight to Romania. And when Ingram Micro realized that they had a problem, they blocked deliveries to Eastern Europe. But Chillin had another plan. He used online chat rooms and found people from the US who were willing to work with him. Four of Chillin's first American recruits pulled others into their operation. Some of them were only high school students, but the job wasn't a difficult one. They would receive the packages at their home, then sell the equipment in the US and wire the money back to Chillin in Romania. Or if they couldn't sell the goods fast enough, they'd box them up and ship them directly to him. Now Chillin kept ordering goods, and over 4 years, he placed more than 2,000 fake orders. Fortunately enough for Ingram Micro, they were able to stop about half of those orders before they went out. Now the company then investigated the suspicious orders and traced them back through their customer accounts and login records. And that's when investigators noticed that there was a pattern. Dozens of US addresses were all receiving the same equipment over and over again. So Ingram Micro eventually contacted the FBI, who then found and questioned the people in the US who were working with Chillin. Some of them confessed and handed over their chat logs, usernames, and even payment details. And this information led authorities to the mastermind of the scheme in Bucharest. And this is when the FBI and Romanian National Police joined forces. Back in the US on August 4th, 2004, 24-year-old Chillin was charged with using the US mail to commit a crime. And this legal decision was made in Los Angeles by a federal grand jury, a group of citizens whose job was to decide whether he'd committed a crime. The charges against him were serious and meant he could spend up to 90 years in prison. But he wasn't the only one charged. His US accomplices were also charged. Among them were Jeremy Long and Warren Bailey. If they were found guilty, they could spend up to 35 years in prison too. Later, another 11 criminal charges were also made public in Pennsylvania for the packages that had been sent to addresses in Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Louisiana. All of Chillin's accomplices who were charged in America faced their charges, but he didn't, because he was in, again, Romania, and US officials couldn't touch him for his crimes. Not yet anyway. But the FBI worked with the Romanian police, and international agencies tracked him down, built their case, and awaited to make their next move. When Romanian authorities eventually caught up with Chillin in August 2004, he was living a life of luxury. During a raid on his home, investigators seized some of his assets, which included a BMW M3 Cabrio, a BMW 520i, a BMW X5, and $117,000 in cash. But even though he'd been charged, hunted, and raided by law enforcement, that didn't stop Chillin. He simply kept on hacking. About 7 years after Chillin had spoken to the newspaper about hacking the FBI, the internet as people knew it was really changing, and online gaming had become huge. And when World of Warcraft launched on November 23rd, 2004, it didn't take long for it to become the biggest online game on the planet. Between 2009 and 2010, World of Warcraft was in its golden age and had 12 million players. The aim of World of Warcraft was to create and develop your in-game character over time by completing quests, improving the gear that your character had, and taking on different challenges like dungeons and raids. World of Warcraft was played across many servers, which meant that the game wasn't all on one single shared world. It was split into many separate versions of the game called servers or realms. Each server had its group of players, and these players usually interacted and played with others on the same server. So if two players were on different servers, they usually couldn't see or interact with each other in the same world. Now many players on the same servers formed guilds, Guildies, which were groups that worked together to complete dungeons and raids. In these guilds, rare loot was valuable, and a loot council decided based on performance and players' contributions who received it. Now when Chillin, who was approaching his 30s and a fugitive now, discovered World of Warcraft on the European servers, it really drew him in. Just like the Ingram micro scheme, it was something he could work on for years to come, and so he joined guilds and took part in high-level missions for rewards. But the rewards were scarce. Raids like Icecrown Citadel could only be cleared once a week, and with many players wanting the same item, there was always a loser, and those that lost sometimes had to wait months for another chance to get those rewards. Then, in Wrath of the Lich King, a major World of Warcraft expansion that was launched in 2008, players and their guilds competed for rewards, and Server First, which was a respected accomplishment. Server First meant being the first guild on a server to complete a major milestone, like defeating a raid boss before other guilds on that server did, and when a server went down, the game stopped working. That meant all groups and raids stopped, and literally all players were wiped out. For the average player, losing a drop was just part of the game, and you keep playing. But for Chillin, this was a huge problem that needed to be solved. When a loot council overlooked his contributions, or when a rival guild was about to beat his team to a server first kill, he didn't lock off. He reached for a different kind of power. He carried out DDoS attacks against Blizzard's European servers. From February to September 2010, Chillin used a botnet, a server of hacked computers he controlled remotely, to flood Blizzard's servers with more traffic than it could handle. This fake traffic crashed the servers, and entire guilds went offline. Now at the time of Chillin's attacks, Blizzard was pulling in over $100 million a month, and according to the US Department of Justice, his disruptions cost the company $29,987. The overtime for IT staff's emergency response had to be paid, and the ongoing network repairs also cost money. Fortunately, once Blizzard started to look for the source of the problem, they found a trail that led right back to Chillin, and they intended to make him pay for the damage he had caused them. On December 9, 2011, a grand jury in California charged Chillin because he accessed a computer without permission to steal data or cause damage, and for this he could spend up to 10 years in prison. Now because Chillin was already wanted for the 2004 case, this new charge only made the situation worse, and for the next 6 years, US authorities fought hard to get Chillin returned to the United States so he could actually pay for his crimes. Fortunately for them, on January 4, 2017, the Bucharest Court of Appeal approved their request to have him sent to the US. Back in Romania, authorities had closed in on Chillin, and on January 7, 2017, a Romanian court found him guilty on his first charge, and he had to pay Ingram Micro $1,064,872.14 in damages. This payment was handed to the FBI's legal office. Chillin said he was innocent and claimed that technical experts showed he wasn't the one who accessed the Ingram Micro site, but the Romanian judges didn't believe him. And so finally, after about 13 years, on Monday, November 20th, 2017, 37-year-old Chillin boarded a plane in Romania and was escorted by 2 law enforcement officers back to the United States. And once the plane landed in Los Angeles and he set foot on US soil, he was arrested for the 2004 charges. Then, almost 3 months later, on February 14th, 2018, Chillin appeared in a Los Angeles court where he pleaded guilty to the charges against him for the World of Warcraft service attacks back in 2010. The court ordered Chillin to pay another $29,987 to Blizzard Entertainment to make up for the losses. But in return for admitting his guilt, the earlier charges for the 2004 Ingram charges were dropped, and as a result, he avoided a possible 9-year prison sentence in the US. About 3 months later, on Monday, May 7th, 2018, Chillin returned to a court in California. A government lawyer who specialized in online crime asked that Chillin be sentenced to 10 months in prison, but the defense argued that he'd already spent 6 months there and that he should be released. Now, despite the defense request, US District Judge Otis D. Wright II sentenced Chillin to 1 year in prison for the harm his attacks caused to thousands of World of Warcraft players. And so at 38, he became an inmate at the SeaTac Federal Detention Center in Washington. But because Chillin had already been in prison since November 20th, 2017, he only served another 6 months after he was sentenced. And so on November 6, 2018, he walked out a free man and disappeared. The teenager who'd bragged about hacking the FBI, a $10 million fraud case, years of investigation, and an international manhunt, and what brought it all down in the end was a video game. Prosecutors explained his motive in their sentencing statement as being a juvenile desire to win the game, and for others to lose it. Now, when players create hardcore characters in World of Warcraft, they literally have to accept this warning. By agreeing to play on these realms, you accept that your character's death is permanent for whatever the reason. This includes disconnections, lags, server outages, gameplay bugs, or any other reason. Now, when server attacks hit World of Warcraft, they ruined the game for everyone playing at the moment. The next case was different. The damage was planned, deliberate, and much harder to undo, and cost the people involved more money than they anticipated. Inside a building in Liano district, Li Shui, Zhejiang province, men were working hard to earn a living. Somebody named Chen had decided to start a buy and resell operation in a system where buyers and sellers were already in place. It was May 2013 when Chen rented a small gaming studio in Zhejiang. He set up computers and hired workers, and once the studio was ready and the workers in place, he bought stolen World of Warcraft accounts, and that's where his team came in. Chen gave the team the account details, and they stripped each account of every single asset it had, gold, gear, and rare items, and those assets were then sold for real money. But there was more money to be made, because the emptied accounts could also be sold. According to RT Live, Chen bought the accounts for around 6 RMB, or $1 each, and the emptied accounts for about 20 RMB, or $3 each. Now Chen's business started to do well when one of his teammates, Zhu, left and set up his own studio. He'd learned enough and knew exactly how things worked, and now there were 2 operations running, with 8 workers split between them. All of the 10 men were making money from World of Warcraft players. Now on Chinese World of Warcraft servers, millions of players were online, questing, fighting, and building their characters. Some of these players had spent years playing the game, and others had played the game for just a few months. Now around June 22nd and 23rd, 2013, many Chinese players tried to log in, only to find out that they couldn't access their accounts. Other players got in, but their gold, gear, and mounts had gone missing overnight. In an article on Medium, one player described what a moment like this would feel like. Everything I'd owned and collected for over 4 years had been sold. It's like I woke up with a pile of stolen money. Now reports flooded NetEase, the company that operated World of Warcraft in China back in 2013, and soon even police stations across Zhejiang province had reports coming in. So many in fact that they had no choice but to find out what was going on. Now investigators cross-referenced players' accounts that had been hacked, and they found a pattern. These accounts had all been accessed and stripped in the same way, from a cluster of IP addresses in the same area in Zhejiang, and soon the police knew exactly who they were looking for, Chen and Zhu, and they moved in quickly on both studios. Chen and Zhu and 3 of their team members named Ma, Zi, and Wang were arrested first, and the other 5 workers were tracked down and arrested later. The police seized the entire operation's computers and equipment and the money that they'd made, and all the 10 men were charged for getting into a computer or network without permission. The case went to trial at the Songyang County Court, and all 10 men were found guilty. On Friday, December 20th, 2013, the men were sentenced. Because Chen was the ringleader of the entire operation, he got the heaviest punishment, 2 years in prison and an $8,000 fine. Zhu and the other 8 men were each sentenced to just under 2 years in prison, and each had a $1,000 fine. Now news about the arrest spread, and just 4 days after the team had been sentenced on December 24th, 2013, GameSpeed reported that almost 11,500 World of Warcraft players had their account logins and in-game assets stolen. But while Blizzard Entertainment had a recovery process in place, whether or not players got their account assets actually back depended on proof and timing. World of Warcraft players had to actually prove that their accounts belonged to them by giving their registration info, CD keys, or security questions.
Well, I didn't want to do a DreamWorks villain ranking for a few reasons. Number 1, because it would force me to watch Spirit Untamed. And number 2, because it would force me to watch Spirit Untamed.
Oh, that's real nice.
Also, I already did the top 10 DreamWorks villains video way back when. And even though I gave the entire catalog of villains the ranking treatment for Disney and Pixar, something about DreamWorks' full catalog just did not seem enticing to revisit. I mean, can you blame me? Some of these movies suck real ass. But I figured you guys still wanted this. So as a gag, I listed it as the $20,000 reward for last February's fundraiser for the American Heart Association. We didn't hit 20,000 last year, so I sincerely doubted it would happen this year. Oh my god. I really didn't think you guys would actually do it, but lo and behold, I guess I gotta rank this shit now. On average, DreamWorks villains are fine. There are some truly incredible ones. There are some incredibly awful ones.
Uh, oh yeah. How do you make gold? Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out how to do this fucking legendary thing. Chimera of Fear. To feed the Shaw of Fear in the Terrace of Endless Spring. Where the fuck is the Terrace of Endless Spring? Oh, wait. Never mind. It's right where I picked up the shit. Alright, motherfucking Shaw, motherfucker. I'll kill you. Wait. It says I need a raid group to enter? No. I can't be going to the right spot. Aye, aye, aye. That's gonna be a long video. Yeah, that's might as well watch another fucking Lord of the Rings movie. Oh yeah, yeah.
Multiple parts of the score. This could be referencing a few things. The subtle musical reference to Gollum may have been Howard Shore's way of suggesting that one of the reasons why Gandalf is leaving is because he needs to find Gollum. And the weakness and redemption motif could be referencing the fact that the ring is calling to Gandalf and begging him to take it, even though he does not yet know for certain what it is. The Pity of Gollum theme plays again when Frodo and Gandalf discuss Bilbo finding the ring in Gollum's cave, and it plays.
Okay, do I need to be in a fucking raid group to enter this fucking like Terrace of Endless? Oh. Yeah, I don't know how to switch to a raid group. I'll Google it. Oh, so it's a fucking. Oh, it's so this portion of my legendary quest I have to do an actual raid. Wait, Chimera Fear and just get it at a vendor? Okay. Alright. Alright, I'll check out the shrine. Hopefully I don't need fucking celestials or the fucking clusters because I don't have any right now. But we'll find out. Jesus. Yeah, I mean, everyone's got their own fandom they like. Alright, so Chimera of Fear, where can I buy this?
It actually costs me more to make you a ring out of 18 karat gold than it does to make one out of pure 24 karat gold. People assume that lower carats are just gold that's been watered down with cheap copper to save me a bit of money, but that is completely wrong. 24 karat gold
Apparently
is
what I'm
chemically
looking
pure,
for
which
is
means it's
just only available from the boss. Yeah, I don't know where, and yeah. I'm checking all these vendors over by the Celestial Dragon, but I can't see anything here. No. Yeah, that's what I was just doing. Alright, well, I'll take a look here.
It's pretty close to useless for fine jewelry. It bends, it scratches, and it can't safely hold a gemstone under tension. When I drop the purity down to 18 or 14 karat, I'm not doing that to dilute it. I need the material properties of that specific alloy, and making a high performance alloy is not cheap. For example, to make a premium 18 karat white gold, you have to alloy the pure gold with palladium. Palladium is an extremely expensive platinum group metal that actually used to cost more per ounce than the gold itself. Even in yellow gold, a high-end casting alloy requires advanced metallurgy. It needs trace elements like silicon to deoxidize the melt and iridium to refine the crystalline grain structure so the ring doesn't become brittle when I'm working it at the bench. Lower carats aren't a structural compromise, we actually need the material properties. It actually costs me more to make you a ring out of 18 karat gold.
If you stretch open a ring where the diamonds are already touching, they can start chipping and breaking. So on a ring like this where there's contact here and here, the safest way to size it up is to bend only the bottom half. After I cut it through in the middle, I make relief cuts on the sides. The silver sleeve and leather on my pliers also helps protect the ring from surface damage as I bend it open, which really does matter because this ring is deeply sentimental to Kendra. One of her grandfather's clients was a designer at Tiffany, and when her grandfather saw the design, he asked that client to make one for his wife using 3 diamonds from his own mother, Kendra's great-grandmother. Once I had enough room, I soldered in the new section and filled the relief cuts.
I don't know
After I
if
blend in the
you're
repairs,
you're
I'll reset
talking
one
about
of
the right
diamonds.
thing, because like I don't see it anywhere, man. There's so much shit going on in the background of your mic, like I can barely hear you. I'll hear him talking, like turns on and off all the time. No, I can't hear specifically. It's just like I hear someone talking in the background. It's basically noise. I'm like at the dragon right now, looking at all the vendors right here. Yeah, everything I see online about this is telling me I need to do a fucking raid.
Go with honor, friend.
Yeah, this fucking.
You need something?
Yeah, I literally tried them all. Pardon me?
Light be with you.
Yeah, give me a sec here. Legend there. There we go. Yeah, maybe I'm just not looking hard enough. Weird. Yeah, that's what I thought originally too. All right. No, it's definitely not on page one. Yeah. Yeah, I'm so confused. Like, was that the vendors he told me to be at? Oh, motherfucker, what the hell? I blame you. Yeah, I bought the sigils. It was working for that. Oh, come on, computer. It always goes into conniptions when I load up in here. Reload. No, fuck, it's just I built this thing to fucking make music, not play games. Yeah. So basically, yeah. Yeah.
King's honor, friend. Farewell. I am honored. Looking for something specific? Light blessing.
Interesting. Very well then.
Yeah, I'm confused. Challenge mode? No. No, I'm confused. Huh? Yeah, Chimera Fear. Oh, Oh, so I picked the wrong quest? Okay. 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 Alright. Now I know. I just picked the wrong fucking one, of course. Of course I would. Dude, because I'm a priest and I have levitate, I always love just like dropping off my mount at random points. And then like right before I hit the ground, levitate. Oh yeah, they have like slow fall, is it? Oh, they okay. Okay, so I need to do when in doubt. Okay. Alright, Temple of Jade Serpent. Now you say I can buy it from the thing now. And which one is that? Oh, can I just pick that specific one on the raid finder? Or no? Yeah. Alright, and what did it say I needed? I gotta read it now. God damn it. Oh, yes, that's what it was. Cool. Well, do you want to queue with me or no? I would not be offended. Oh, yeah. I think I still, between all my characters, I might have like 100 or 125k. Yeah.
Is this more dangerous?
This is Aspergillus niger, not lactobacillus. Heat cannot destroy. Its toxicity very dangerous.
Is this more dangerous?
This is Legionella, caused by poor drainage in air conditioners. Long-term inhalation can be life-threatening.
Is this more dangerous?
This is Bacillus subtilis, not dangerous, a beneficial bacterium that inhibits harmful algae in water.
Is this more dangerous?
This is red mold, a favorite among anglers. Not dangerous, but carries multiple pathogens. Never touch it.
Is this more dangerous?
This is yeast, non-toxic and harmless. An essential fermentation agent for baking bread.
Is this more dangerous?
This is salt contaminated with penicillium. Although it's the raw material for penicillin, it can trigger asthma in children.
Is this more dangerous?
This is...
Nice. I'm in the Celestial now. Out, and I'm killing the Shaw of Doubt as we speak. Oh, nice. I got it first try. Nice. All right. So I'm going to leave instance group.
Beijing. For centuries, the city has acted as China's capital, and today over 20 million people live within its boundaries. Throughout the country's final two imperial dynasties, the Ming and the Qing, China's emperors would call it home, alternating their residence between the sprawling estate of lakes and gardens known as the Summer Palace and the vast complex known today as the Forbidden City. During their reigns, these men would style themselves as universal sovereigns, entitled to dominion of the known world through their possession of the mandate of heaven. Their regime followed a blueprint that was already more than 1,000 years old, where the rulership of China was passed from dynasty to dynasty with only the occasional hiatus. But for all its longevity and claimed grandeur, the imperial system was not to last. a series of defeats by European powers in the late 19th century, the prestige of the Qing dynasty collapsed, and the period of attempted reform that followed failed to arrest its decline. In 1911, public discontent with the imperial system led to the outbreak of the Xinhai Revolution, and the next year saw the abdication of the last emperor, a boy then only 6 years old. In the years that followed, other men would attempt to restore the Qing monarchy, or even to claim their throne for themselves, but none would succeed. And for more than 100 years, the sons of heaven, who ruled China for more than 2 millennia, have been no more. Today their secluded residences are museums open to the public. And now ordinary citizens tread every day on ground where only a select few once stood. The end of the imperial system represented a decisive break with the past. For over 2,000 years, China was ruled by an emperor, who with one notable exception was a man, imbued in theory with absolute power. In practice, the authority exercised by a given ruler would vary, and at times this title would be disputed between multiple claimants and dynasties, some of whose rule was limited to only small portions of China. The more powerful of these emperors would leave an indelible footprint on Chinese society, and the centuries-long rule of dynasties such as the Han and the Tang are often described as golden periods in Chinese history. It is unsurprising then that in the West knowledge of China's ancient history is almost entirely concerned with its imperial rulers, and often focuses on the imposing structures that they erected. Foremost amongst these are the iconic Great Wall of China, which stretches throughout much of the country's northern reaches, the mausoleum of its first emperor and its buried army of terracotta warriors, and the imposing palace complex of the Forbidden City, which served as the winter residence of China's elite for half a millennium. Outside of these structures, other famous periods of Chinese history include the Mongol-led Yuan dynasty, best known for its founder Kublai Khan, and the long period of warfare between the competing dynasties of Cao Wei, Shu Han, and Dongwu that would later be glamorized in the Ming literary classic of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. But as famous and long-lasting as China's imperial system was, a question that is rare. But as famous and long-lasting as China's imperial system was, a question that is rarely asked is how exactly did it come to be? Indeed, it has long been understood by historians and archaeologists that by the time the first imperial dynasty rose to power in the late 3rd century BCE, Chinese civilization was already over a millennium old, and that many of the institutions and customs of the centuries ahead originated in this period. And even more obscure is the period that preceded it, that came before the emergence of the region's first written script, and our understanding of which depends entirely on the archaeological record. It is in this oft-neglected dream time that the deities and culture heroes of Chinese myth are said to have walked the earth, such as the gods Nuwa and Fu Xi, the Yellow Emperor Huan Di, and the other divine and semi-divine figures known collectively as the Three Sovereigns and Five Emperors. In works such as the Bamboo Annals and the records of the Grand Historian, we are told that this period culminated in the founding of China's first dynasty, the semi-mythical Xia, whose claimed transfer of power to the Shang dynasty formed the ideological basis for dynastic succession in the millennia ahead. On a surer footing, we know from the archaeological record that this period saw the emergence of China's first complex societies, the development of which is inexorably tied to their slow adoption of agriculture and sedentary living. More than any others in Chinese history, it is these millennia that are marked by dramatic changes in climate, technology, and the lifestyle of its peoples, who slowly transitioned from the hunter-gatherer lifestyle that had marked humanity up until this point to complex societies reliant on domesticated plants and animals for survival. And around the beginning of the 2nd millennium BCE, these developments would culminate in the appearance of some of the earliest states in world history. In this series, we will attempt to fill in this neglected period of China's history. To do so, we will begin by examining the archaeological record of Chinese prehistory, tracing the origins of its earliest complex societies, beginning with the hunter-gatherer communities that flourished after the end of the last ice age. From here we will follow their slow evolution into early farming settlements, marked by increasing size, social complexity, and the appearance of a visible elite. In later millennia, we will see the slow emergence of metalworking, an event that overlapped with the development of the region's first true urban centres and kingdoms. In later episodes, we will also take some time to discuss China's traditional body of history, examining the Chinese people's own understanding of their past, and whether any parallels can be made between the archaeological record and the claimed histories of the early societies of the Yellow River Valley. Finally, we will conclude by examining the rise of China's first rulers, which culminated in the establishment of the Qin dynasty, whose imperial model of rule would set the example for all others to follow. In our first episode, we will explore the lifestyles of China's final hunter-gatherer societies, amongst whom we will see early signs of sedentary living and plant and animal domestication. Before we do so, however, we should note that during this series, we will be largely focusing on societal developments in eastern China, particularly on the territory of what in the West is sometimes termed China proper. This is not to diminish the development of complex societies in the other regions that comprise the modern People's Republic, but is simply because the territory of the earliest Chinese dynasties was largely restricted to this region. Indeed, it is in this comparatively low-lying area of plains and hills that we see the emergence of some of China's earliest agricultural societies, many of which were concentrated around its major river valleys, the Huanghe or Yellow River in northern China, the Yangtze in southwestern and eastern central China, and to a lesser extent the Chuchang or Pearl River far to the south. When it comes to today's episode, however, all of this lies far in the future. Instead, we must cast our minds back over 20,000 years into the past, to the height of the last ice age. Around 20,000 BCE, the climate of China was a far cry from that of today. Around this time, the Earth was in a period known as the last glacial maximum, and on average the world would have been both cooler and more arid than it is today. With large amounts of water locked up in the ice caps and glaciers, the average sea level was some 130 meters lower than it is today, and the now submerged Yellow Sea plain would have been exposed as far east as the Korean peninsula and as far south as the Ryukyu Islands. In the north, the average temperature would have been between 6 to 9 degrees lower than today. Permafrost levels would have extended as far south as Beijing, as well as throughout the western Chillin Mountains and the neighbouring Tibetan Plateau, and there is little evidence of human occupation above these points. The result is that during this time, the climate around the Yellow River Valley would have largely consisted of arid desert or semi-arid steppe and tundra, populated at the most by a small amount of broadleaf trees. Further south, the drop in temperature would have been less dramatic, perhaps around 4 to 5 degrees, and the lower-lying land along the Yangtze Basin would have been largely dominated by wild grasses. By the time of the last glacial maximum, we are halfway through a period known as the Upper Paleolithic, which in this region is held to date from approximately 35,000 to 7,000 BCE. Exactly when or how modern humans first arrived in Southeast Asia remains a subject of debate amongst archaeologists, but it is likely that by 20,000 BCE they would already have been present in the region for tens of thousands of years. From examining the small number of sites that have been uncovered dating from this period, we can tell that the peoples of Upper Paleolithic China appear to have pursued a hunter-gatherer lifestyle similar to those of peoples elsewhere in Eurasia, remaining in one location only as long as the local resources allowed. There is also widespread evidence that they used common tool production methods for the period, such as striking flake tools from a central stone core to make choppers and scrapers, and from around 43,000 BCE, a type of long flake tool known as blades also became popular throughout northern China. It is likely that many of these tools were in turn attached to wooden or bone handles to facilitate their use as cutting implements. All were fixed to shafts to allow them to serve as projectile weapons such as spears or bows. There is also evidence that these peoples commonly made tools out of both bone and antler, and the presence of needles and awls at these sites suggests that their occupants wore tailored clothing suited to the colder environment. In terms of social structure, currently it is thought that these early hunter-gatherer groups were largely egalitarian, and there are also signs that these people were already practicing their own forms of artistic expression. Evidence for this has been found at sites such as Shui-Donggo in the Ningxia Autonomous Area, which according to carbon-14 dating was likely occupied around 36,000 BCE. Here an inscribed pebble bearing a number of linear markings has been found that were likely made by a stone implement. A more elaborate carving has also been found on a piece of antler at the cave site of Longgu in Hubei province, dating from approximately 11,000 BCE. This item contains a series of incised wavy lines that appear to have been originally filled with red ochre, along with a complex interlaced design and rectangular pattern that are without parallel elsewhere in the period. Alongside these simple carvings, there is also evidence that at least some of these peoples were decorating themselves with ornaments made from bone and shell. The most elaborate example of these were found in the upper caves of the Choukou-Dian complex in Beijing. Here what is interpreted as a burial area containing the remains of 8 people has been found, coated in red ochre, alongside which were found large amounts of animal teeth, bones and shells. Many of these items show signs of drill holes and perforations, which would have allowed them to be hung as pendants, necklaces and bracelets, or possibly sewn onto clothing as decoration. And in addition to their decorative qualities, the presence of these shells at a site so far inland also demonstrates that some form of long-range trade network was operating in the region, with precious items likely being passed from one community to another until they had travelled vast distances from the coast. When it comes to habitation sites in China dating from the second half of the Upper Paleolithic, our knowledge is currently limited to only a few places. This is unsurprising, as it is thought that at this time its inhabitants would largely have been mobile hunter-gatherers, whose temporary dwelling places would have left only a limited trace on their environment. We do, however, know of a number of sites throughout northern and southern China that give us some insights into these communities. From the evidence gathered at these locations, we can tell that peoples in these two regions were already employing their own specialized methods to survive in their respective ecosystems. In northern China, much of our knowledge of the late Paleolithic comes from 4 major clusters of sites: Xiachuan, Shizutan, and Longwangchang in Shanxi province, and Hutoliang in Hubei province. With the exception of Shizutan, which shows evidence of much longer occupation, these clusters largely date from between 20,000 to 13,000 BCE, and each consist of a dozen or more seasonal campsites. From the remains found at these sites, we can tell that their occupants would have lived a highly mobile forager lifestyle, regularly shifting their place of residence whenever resources grew scarce. To make the most of their colder environment, these peoples appear to have hunted a broad spectrum of local animal life, including species such as wild pig, antelope, deer, ox, turtles, rats, fish, buffalo, and even ostrich. This hunting would in turn have been aided by their adoption of a new type of tool that may have been designed for the colder environment. In addition to other common Paleolithic tools, such as large flakes and heavy-duty axes, adzers, and whetstones, these communities also appear to have made ample use of a technology known as microblades. As their name suggests, these versatile tools consist of small blades that are more than twice as long as they are wide, and which can be inserted into cleft handles to make composite points, cutting edges, and barbs. The earliest known examples have been found at the site of Sharma Bay, dating from approximately 40,000 years ago, but it is thought that these tools only became a major feature of Paleolithic communities in northern China between roughly 18,000 to 14,000 BCE. Compared to larger flakes and blades, it has been argued that these composite tools would have been both more durable and quicker to replace, and the pebbles and stone cores from which they were struck may have been more portable than those required for other tools. These features would have made them highly attractive to a mobile hunter-gatherer, as they would have allowed their owners to patrol a greater hunting range without being tied to specific sources of tool-making materials. In addition to this tool usage, it is at a number of these sites that we also see some of our earliest known evidence for widespread exploitation of plant resources in the region. To demonstrate this, let us examine one of these site clusters in a little more detail. At Shizutan, some 25 residential sites have been found, situated alongside the Qianshui River, a tributary of the larger Yellow River, some of which appear to have only been occupied for short periods. The earliest of these sites dates from roughly 19,000 BCE, and from its remains we can tell that the people here were largely subsisting on a diet of antelope, wild pig, deer, ox, and rat. Alongside the microblade tools of the time, this site is also marked by the presence of a small number of grinding slabs and hand stones. Analysis of the residues taken from the surfaces of these items has found that they were used to grind a wide range of plants, including acorns, beans, tubers, and the seeds of wild grasses, which would have resulted in a rough form of flour that could be used to make simple foodstuffs. Interestingly, these grasses may have included the wild ancestors of both foxtail and broomcorn millets, the domesticated forms of which would go on to be a major foodstuff for agricultural communities along the Yellow River Basin in the millennia ahead. Similar grindstones have also been found at Longwangchang and Xiechuan, and analysis of glosses found on flakes retrieved from the latter indicates they may have been used as crude sickles to reap the seeds of wild grasses. We will discuss the implications of these activities on plant domestication soon. For the moment, however, we can say that we now have some idea of the lifestyles of late Paleolithic hunter-gatherers in northern China. With this accomplished, let us turn our attention elsewhere and examine what evidence we have for Paleolithic life in the south. In this region, we currently lack evidence for any open-air sites along the lines of those discovered in the north. Instead, most of our information on how people would have lived here in the millennia after the end of the last glacial maximum comes from a series of seasonally occupied cave sites that have been discovered south of the Yangtze. These include Yuchanyan in Hunan province, Jiaotonghuan and Shanrendong in northern Guangxi province, and Dayan, Miaoyan, and Zhongpian in Guangxi province. These sites date from a number of different periods between roughly 18,000 to 7,000 BCE and are characterized by the presence of hearths, ash piles and burials, along with thick deposits of plants and animal remains, and tools made from bone, stone, and antler. At Yuchanyan, for example, a site that was occupied between roughly 16,000 to 12,000 BCE, there is evidence that the inhabitants were subsisting on a broad-spectrum diet of pig, deer, tortoise, fish, birds, and some 40 different species of seeds. As with other sites, the implements found here largely consist of stone choppers and flake tools, along with a number of items made from stone, bone, and antler that may have been used to dig soil for tubers, and a number of polished shells that may have been used as cutting blades. Interestingly, little evidence has been found at these sites for the use of stone blades and microblades, and it has been suggested that these tools were more of an adaptation to the resource-poor environments of the north that were unnecessary in the comparatively resource-rich south. And it is also at these sites that we see the use of a new technology, the development of which long predates its appearance at other early agricultural centres outside of Southeast Asia. Pottery. The Paleolithic pottery of southern and central China is the earliest yet discovered anywhere in the world. The oldest reliably dated examples have been found at Shanrendong Cave and consist of fragments that have been dated to between 18,000 to 17,000 BCE, based on radiocarbon analysis of surrounding materials. These vessels consist of simple containers made from clay and tempered with quartz that would have been sculpted by hand using a rounded bottom. Coils of clay were then built up around this, resulting in uneven walls roughly a centimetre thick. After this, the vessel would have been fired at a low temperature to produce a fragile container. Simple pottery has also been found at many other sites dating from this period, with their exact form and components varying between them. At Daiyan, pottery shards have been discovered with walls up to 3 centimetres thick, whilst at Yuchanyan, the fragmentary remains of vessels dating from around 16,000 BCE have been found tempered with charcoal and sand. Interestingly, at the latter site, these sherds were numerous enough that 2 vessels were able to be reconstructed, one of which features a pointed bottom, along with decorative cord marks that are a common feature of early Chinese pottery. We should also note that the use of pottery during the late Paleolithic is not unique to southern China. A small number of potsherds have also been found in northern China at the site of Hutoliang, though currently its exact function here remains uncertain. Pottery has also been found throughout other East Asian sites dating from roughly the same period, most notably at those belonging to the incipient Jomon culture of Japan, along with a small number of locales in the Russian Far East. The discovery of this early pottery in East Asia initially presented a quandary for archaeologists. Since the early 20th century, models of agricultural development, most notably those championed by the influential professor Gordon Childe, held the appearance of pottery to be a defining feature of early farming communities, where it was primarily used for storage and cooking. The discovery of pottery amongst the Paleolithic peoples of East Asia contradicted this theory, and it is now accepted that whilst pottery is often more abundant in early agricultural settlements, it was originally invented by mobile hunter-gatherer communities. In terms of their function, there has currently been little in the way of systematic studies examining how these vessels would have been used. For the moment, however, we do have a few theories. We can tell from the presence of burn marks on the surface of some of these fragments that they may have been used in much the same way as in later societies, to cook simple foodstuffs. At Zhengpian, for example, a major component of the inhabitants' diet was fish, shellfish, and mollusks such as snails, and it is likely that these foods would have been cooked in pots prior to their consumption. It has also been theorized that pottery may have been involved in the processing of animal remains found at Yuchanyan, possibly being used to aid the extraction of fatty grease and marrow from the bones of red deer. As such, it has been suggested by Professors Li Liu and Xinchan Chen in their work The Archaeology of China that the adoption of pottery in this region may reflect an improved form of cooking for foods that had already been consumed here for millennia. Alternatively, it has been suggested that this early pottery may have had more of a social role. In support of this theory, it should be noted that the amount of pottery that has been retrieved from these sites is somewhat small, and rather than being used as a day-to-day item, it may instead have been produced to mark special occasions and communal feasting. Many of these cave sites would be intermittently occupied for much of the Paleolithic, and there is evidence that Diaotonghuan and Zhongpiang remained occupied for millennia afterwards. We will return to some of these sites, along with others that emerged during the later part of this period shortly. But as we now have a fair understanding of the lifestyles of the Paleolithic peoples of both northern and southern China, the time has come for us to move forwards. In the final stages of the Paleolithic, China's climate would vary dramatically. Since the end of the last glacial maximum, its average temperature had been increasing. Between 13,000 and 10,800 BCE, China's climate was marked by a number of warmer periods. This increased temperature resulted in a major change in the distributions of the region's plant species, one that would have a profound effect on its residents' lifestyles. Then, as in modern times, the East Asian seasonal monsoon would have brought warm, moist air to China's southernmost regions, facilitating the growth of wild rice. Unlike the other cereal crops that early agricultural societies would come to rely on in the north, rice is effectively a marsh plant, and its growth relies more on high temperatures and a constant supply of water rather than soil quality. This means that as the region warmed, the range of wild rice would have expanded northwards into the Yangtze River Valley, where it would have been gathered by local hunter-gatherer groups. At Yuchanyan, the remains of small amounts of wild rice have been found alongside early pottery and shell knives that may have been used to harvest it. At the Diaotonghuan, the amount of wild rice observed at the site surges tenfold around 11,200 BCE. Indicating that the residents of this site were likely harvesting it to supplement their diet during this period. And whilst we lack any evidence that this plant was being actively cultivated at this time, this simple gathering is thought by many archaeologists to represent the earliest stages of rice domestication, a process that would continue for millennia. Then around 10,900 BCE, the climate changed again. Much of the northern hemisphere saw a sudden drop in temperature and a corresponding return to glacial conditions. This event is referred to in both European and North American archaeology as the Younger Dryas, and a similar cool period is observed throughout Southeast Asia, though its exact timeline varies between regions. This return to cool temperatures continued for just over a millennium, during which time China's climate may have been somewhat unstable. The range of wild rice contracted southwards, and evidence for its consumption largely disappears from Diaotonghuan during this period. Then after 9,600 BCE, the average temperature throughout China began to increase again. With this warming also came an increase in rainfall as the East Asian monsoon began to penetrate further north once again, and much of eastern China would come to consist of swamps and lakelands. Sea levels also rose to cover much of the previously exposed Yellow Sea plain, potentially submerging many Paleolithic sites in the process. It is during this period of warming that we begin to see changes in the subsistence strategies employed by China's hunter-gatherer population. Whilst in the north, the inhabitants of Shizutan continue to display a mobile foraging strategy similar to those of earlier Paleolithic communities, people at other sites began to remain in the same place for longer periods of time.
Hey, man. You there? Yeah. How you doing? He's just got. Okay. He's got to put Jessica's number in the video. Yeah, I know, right? Sorry, man. I'm back to you now, bro. still. I'll be back a few minutes, man. Sorry.
something?
I got these half-gold New Jersey state quarters, and they're pretty cool, but I wanted to make them cooler, so I'm laser engraving some fireworks above the scene depicted on the back of the coins. They come out looking all charred though, so I polished them up with a goat hair wheel. The problem is, the engraving looks kinda flat after I clean them up, so I'll go back in and bright cut over those lines with a carbide graver to give them a bit more depth and personality. But since it's America's 250th birthday, I figured I'd add red, white, and blue gemstones inside each firework blast using natural diamonds and sapphires. The real deal. Fancy stuff. I'm decorating 3 of these quarters, and instead of keeping them or putting them up for sale, I figured I'd put them out into the world for someone else to find. A little 4th of July treasure hunt, hosted by yours truly. I was gonna slip this one into some lady's purse at a coffee shop, but I couldn't work up the courage, so I left it in the tip jar instead. This one's going inside an old history book at a library. Figure out which one I'm at and maybe you'll find it, unless someone already checked it out unknowingly. Now, since the quarters depict a scene of George Washington crossing the Delaware River, it only made sense that I leave this last one at the actual spot where that happened 250 years ago. Happy birthday, America! I got these half-gold New Jersey state quarters, and they're pretty cool, but I wanted to make them cooler, so I'm laser engraving some fireworks above the scene depicted on the...
Hey, this is pretty weird. There's a f***ing Nepenthes species here. And this is an old world lineage. These shouldn't be here, so these were either planted or they're invasive somehow. Someone was growing them nearby. It doesn't make sense.
Ancient lost artifacts, legendary weapons, armor, jewelry, stuff of tales and legends, and also some pretty well-known, well-proven artifacts that have simply been lost to time. Have they been destroyed? Have they been lost? Are they being kept somewhere secret? We will explore all of these artifacts and more, so if you're watching this, grab a drink. My choice today is English tea with a little bit of maple syrup in, and while you're here, give the video a like, subscribe to the channel if you like this sort of thing, as I am trying to hit 1 million subscribers by the end of today. Some say it's too optimistic of a goal, I say I have faith in all of you guys, but join me as we explore the legendary artifact iceberg. To start off tier 1, we have the Ark of the Covenant. So this is something that most likely everyone has heard of before, hence it being in the first tier, but it was and has been a fascinating mystery for millennia now. And it was basically a storage box or a chest built by the Israelites, and this was at God's instruction with God's specifications for the box, and Moses was instructed to build this ark to a length of 2.5 cubits, with a width of 1.5 cubits, and also a height of 1.5 cubits. Now, I know what you're asking, what the hell is a cubit? But it was basically an old type of measurement, and in modern units, that's like 52 inches length by 31 inches height by 31 inches depth. And I know what you might be saying, Connor, we don't all use inches. Can't you just use a normal measurement like everyone else? And okay, fine. It was about 13 tailless gerbils in length and about 7 3/4 tailless gerbils in height and depth. And it had to be made out of acacia wood. Then it was to be covered or gilded in gold, have these 4 golden rings attached at either end of it, with these 2 gold-covered poles put through the holes. And then with these poles, you'd be able to, carry the ark without actually touching it. And as far as touching the ark goes, I mean, what are you, stupid? Of course you can't touch it. Anyone who touched the ark in the Bible was instantly struck down by the wrath of God. Touch it, just die instantly on the spot. And the Israelites at the time, after they built the ark, they kind of used it to transport and store all of their most important artifacts. And so the artifact of the ark, the legend of it, isn't just the ark itself, it's also everything inside of the ark. And I realize there might be some confusion between Noah's Ark and Moses' Ark. This ark was a chest, Noah's Ark was a giant boat. Very different things. But this ark was kind of used to inspire the Israelites. It was kind of a symbol of their power and right to be and do whatever they were being and doing. And they took it on them through these long treks in the desert and the wilderness. And if you were a poor, struggling Israelite in the desert at the time, you would probably see this ark, this gleaming, golden, holy thing, and it would probably give you some hope, some inspiration, and apparently it also granted them protection. So you can imagine it channeling the power of God, and while they were out in the wilderness, it gave them protection. When they were crossing rivers, it sometimes, parted the river a little bit, and they famously took the ark to the siege of Jericho, which there is some evidence to suggest that Jericho was already destroyed by the time the Israelites got there. But according to the biblical account, the Israelites went to Jericho, and Jericho had these huge, impenetrable walls. But after taking the ark and marching around the city 6 times, accompanied by 7 priests blowing 7 trumpets, as soon as they completed the 7th rotation around Jericho, instantly the walls just collapsed. And then the Israelites were able to, go into Jericho and basically invade, kill the Jerichonians, take over the city, and the legend says it was all thanks to the power of this ark. And if you notice, there's quite an importance on the number 7 there. And the ark in these stories kind of pops up here and there. It is quite fun to track kind of where it is at any one given point in time. But in one of these accounts, the Israelites lost the Battle of Ebenezer, and my pronunciation is uncertain on that one, but they lost the battle versus the Philistines, which was another tribe, another group of people back then. And the Philistines worshipped these pagan gods such as Dagon and Astarte. And interestingly enough, we actually get the name Beelzebub from one of the Philistine gods. So the Israelites basically took the god of another person and then made it into a name for the devil in their religion. So that was kind of interesting. But the Philistines were quite a warlike people. They were strong, they were competent, they were hard-headed, and they may have actually originated from another peoples which we covered before, the remnants of the Sea People. And so the Israelites lost this battle, and as a secret tactic, as this backup weapon they had, they brought to the next battle the Ark. And surely with the power of God in this ark, they couldn't lose, which means, of course, that they did lose that battle. And the Philistines killed a bunch of the Israelites, they took the ark for themselves, and the Israelites in this battle lost an estimated 30,000 soldiers, which is an insane amount of people to lose, especially for the populations back then. But when word that the ark was captured got back to the other Israelites, apparently one of the elder priests, Eli, just instantly dropped dead, like on the spot. But the Philistines, while celebrating their victory, found that wherever they stored the ark, bad things happened. There was either mass destruction of their gods' statues, or plagues or illnesses came over a bunch of people in certain areas, and they kept just moving the ark. Bad things would happen over here, then they moved it again, more bad things would happen, and so they were like, this is ridiculous, we just can't get rid of this curse. And so they eventually handed it back to the Israelites after only 7 months, and again, there's that 7 number, but they gave it back to the Israelites along with these golden statues as a way of saying, like, hey buddy, we're sorry about taking the ark, sorry about killing thousands of your people, here's some gold to make up for it. And it should be noted that this account comes from the Hebrew Bible, so it is most likely at least a little bit biased. But the ark kind of stays around for a few more years until it is eventually housed in Jerusalem. And during the siege of Jerusalem by the Babylonians in 587 BC, the city was more or less burnt, and the whereabouts of the ark after this are seemingly completely unknown. The 3 main beliefs or theories is that the Babylonians either took it back to Babylon, or the people of Jerusalem hid the ark somewhere in Jerusalem, maybe in a secret underground vault, or perhaps just buried it underground, as they were being sieged for like 3 years, so they did have plenty of time to really hide it if they wanted to. And so in this theory, it's still somewhere beneath Jerusalem, as it wasn't taken away and it wasn't destroyed. Or a third theory says that they smuggled it out of the city at some point during the siege, and they took it to who knows where. Some theories say they took it down to Africa through Egypt. Others say they took it up into Europe, so it's either in Spain or France or maybe even over an island. And others say they took it somewhere into Asia, which I think might be the most far-fetched theory, because they didn't really have any safe connections in which to, transport it up there and to bury it or house it somewhere that it hasn't turned up by now. And yeah, stuff like this is always a super fascinating topic for me. I can and have gone down into the rabbit hole for this for like hours on end. So if you like stuff like this, firstly, stay tuned. Secondly, go on a rabbit hunt of your own if you want. But yeah, we have no idea where the Ark is or if it even still exists to this day. The Philosopher's Stone. So this was this ancient mythical item, sometimes in the form of a powder or liquid, but most often in the form of a stone, and it could transform these boring base metals like, zinc, copper, mercury. It could transform them into gold and silver. And as well as that, it could also prolong life, cure illnesses or ailments, cure plants or trees, transform basically normal boring crystals into rare gems, and some of my favorite abilities, create flexible glass, everlasting lamps, and tiny clone people, which, I mean, that is one hell of a stone. But this was basically the ultimate goal or aim for all alchemists for like thousands of years, and the earliest mention of this stone goes all the way back to around 2000 BC, and many alchemists, especially religious ones, believed that the stone's first ever owner and user was actually Adam from the Bible, and that he received this knowledge and this stone from God, and with this stone he was able to prolong life, and that explains why so many of the people in the Bible live for like really, really long. And then it was passed down generation to generation until maybe it slowly started to lose some of its power, or it eventually got lost, and then it just faded away into a thing of legends, kind of like the One Ring in Lord of the Rings. And the Philosopher's Stone, or something very similar to it, has seen mentions in loads of religions, from Christianity to Islam, Judaism, but also notably Hinduism, but also in many, many cultures. But the fact remains, if it ever did exist, if it still exists to this day, we have no idea where it is. The Holy Grail was the cup or grail that Jesus supposedly drank out of during the Last Supper before his execution. And according to the account, this grail wasn't like anything special. It wasn't like a golden grail filled with gems or something. It was just a normal, boring cup, but what made it special was that Jesus himself used it. And while it has been rumored to have popped up all over the place throughout the years, with lots of people claiming that they have the real genuine grail, there's no super concrete evidence to say that it even existed, or to say that it still exists today. And if it does exist today, there's no evidence to say which one of these claims is actually the real one. So a very cool artifact, but we may never find it. Jesus's burial cloth, or the Shroud of Turin, was this cloth said to date back to the time of Jesus, and it had this vague image or outline of Christ, which apparently can be seen more easily when the image is turned negative and the contrast is bumped up a whole bunch. But according to the legend, this cloth was wrapped around Jesus at the time of his death, and he was buried in it in his tomb, and his blood is what caused this holy image to appear. There is, however, some evidence to suggest that this cloth was made in the 12 or 1300s, and the blood is not blood but rather red pigment, but it is still an ancient relic of our past. Excalibur, and oh boy, this is a fun one. And the whole Merlin, Arthur, Excalibur myth first officially started round about the 1200s with Robert de Boron's French poem titled Merlin, in which Merlin in the story tells the tale of Arthur, who comes along and pulls this sword out of an anvil on Christmas Eve, and with that becomes the true and rightful king of the Britons. But there are so many texts and tales and stories about this round about this time, like the 1100s up to the 1400s, in which the tale of Arthur and Excalibur are seemingly slowly built up bit by bit all over the place, with the prophecies of Merlin being written in the 1100s, followed by a reference to his full name being Merlinus Ambrosius, and this links back to an old man, wizard, sage sort of character that was mentioned 300 years before this in the year roughly 900, named Ambrosius. So the idea of Merlin dates back at least this far. And there's a 6th century Welsh reference to a crazy old man prophet named Merthin, written in, Celtic Celtic Welsh. And this seems to be where the name Merlin was derived from, you know, the 6th century, but it likely goes back even further than that, maybe before it was named Merlin at all. I'm sure the wise old man myth has been around for millennia. So then we come to the story of Merlin telling about Arthur pulling the sword out of the anvil, and at this point it wasn't Excalibur, and then in later retellings it becomes Excalibur that was pulled out of the anvil, which by this point the story has evolved to be pulling out of a stone. And then in some versions of the story, Excalibur is the sword that is given to Arthur by the lady in the lake. And the name Excalibur itself comes from the names Caliburnus or Chalaburn, or the Celtic Welsh Calad Forch. So Arthur, Merlin, Excalibur, they all have these ancient origins. We can't really pinpoint it to any one, point. But the sword itself is said to possess the power of light, blinding enemies whenever it's drawn, and the scabbard, or sheath, or sword holster, is said to protect the user from being wounded. And, I mean, strange women lying in ponds distributing swords is no basis for a system of government. And Arthur really shouldn't have expected to wield supreme executive power just because some watery tart threw a sword at him. You know, if anyone else had claimed themselves to be emperor, just because some moistened bin threw a scimitar at them, they'd probably get locked away. But legend has it that King Arthur will rise again and return when Albion or Britain's need is greatest. But until that day, all we can do is wait. Crystal skulls. So these are a type of artifact that date apparently all the way back to the Mesoamerica era, and these are normally in the Aztec or Mayan civilizations before the arrival of Columbus. And they are these ancient, mystical, apparently magical artifacts resembling human skulls. And while these ancient civilizations do have a lot of things depicting skulls, they decorate things with skulls, they're kind of comfortable with skulls, there's not a ton of evidence to show that they ever really used or made crystal skulls. And so a lot of these are thought, at least in the modern day, to be 1800s productions, crafted somewhere in Europe to be sold as these ancient mystical artifacts. But others believe that they are actually alien artifacts, or alien skulls, or gifts from aliens perhaps. Maybe the aliens took this human skull, shot a laser at it, transformed it into glass or crystal, and then gave it back to the humans as a little gift. How nice of them. And maybe these skulls still have powers. Maybe they just originally had powers and it's kind of seeped out of them, so it's just a boring crystal skull now. And another theory was that the crystal skulls that we currently have are just 1800s replicas, but they were inspired by genuine crystal skulls that are seemingly no longer around. So there were these ancient magical crystal skulls in the 1800s. They either heard of them or they saw them, they reproduced these copies, and now there's just so many of these copies everywhere, and the original magical crystal skulls have either been destroyed or lost or buried somewhere underground. And yeah, so there are a lot of theories for this one, and I think even if they're not real, they do look pretty cool. Tier 2, Holy Lance. So the Holy Lance, also known as the Spear of Longinus, was the spear that was apparently stabbed into the side of Jesus as he was being crucified. And the name Longinus was apparently the name of the Roman soldier who had the spear, and it doesn't actually come from the Bible, but it comes from the Gospel of Nicodemus, who named this soldier as Longinus. And while it is in theory a holy relic, I think it exists probably more in the minds of people, because if you think to back then, and this is just assuming that, Jesus existed and he died on the cross and all that, but if you're a Roman or a Roman soldier, there wasn't really much importance to Jesus at the time. So if this stabbing did happen, they probably stabbed him in the side, and then this was just, a random spear. Either they went on using it, or they destroyed it, or recycled it, or something. Like, the significance of Jesus really came quite a while after his death. So sadly, I think if this event did occur, the spear is most likely lost to time. It was never stored or saved. But that hasn't stopped, multiple holy lances apparently appearing. People say they have either fragments of the lance or the entire lance itself. But as I said, I do kind of doubt these claims. So the true cross, as you might imagine, refers to the actual cross that Jesus was crucified on. And this legend said that in the years roughly around 300, Saint Helena, who was the mother of the Roman Emperor Constantine the Great, she traveled to Jerusalem, and there, while she was looking around, while she was exploring, she found 3 crosses. One was the cross of Jesus, and the other 2 were the 2 people that he was apparently crucified with, Dismas and Justus. But on the back of one of the crosses was carved the name of Jesus, and so she knew that this was Jesus's cross. At first she kind of doubted it apparently, but then these miracles started to happen with the cross, and that convinced her that this truly was the cross of Jesus. And there have been some interesting theories about this cross over the years. One of them being that the cross that Jesus was crucified on was made out of wood that originally came from the tree in the Garden of Eden. You know, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, the one famously that caused Adam and Eve to be banished from the garden. And as with a bunch of the other artifacts, there are a ton of people, a ton of claims to having the real true cross. And these are mainly fragments, although their claims are, you know, a little tentative. They're quite hard to verify. And the results for any tests done on them do come back a bit questionable, but it would be pretty cool to know where the cross was today, if in fact it was ever kept whole. Jesus's crucifixion nails is, you guessed it, another relic from Jesus's life or death, and this were the nails that were used to crucify him on the cross. And there are some differing beliefs on this, on whether there were 3 nails used to crucify him or 4, with those believing that there were 3 nails used being called triclavianists, which I'm not even joking, that is a classification of belief. And it was apparently Saint Helena, once again, who found these nails. You know, she found the cross, she found the nails as well, she took them back to Constantinople. One of the nails was apparently used to make a bridle, one of them was used to make the helmet of Constantine, and the other 1 or 2 nails remaining, we don't really know what happened to them. But both the bridle and the helmet of Constantine are also lost, so no matter which way you swing it, all of the nails are currently missing. But there are, as always, if you look, many people claiming to have the actual nails, but there's only like 4 nails in history and like 30 different claims to having the true nail, so they can't all be right, but they can all be wrong. Moses' staff is of course the staff that Moses used in the story of Exodus to perform certain miracles or acts of God, such as getting water from a rock, parting the Red Sea, triggering all of the plagues of Egypt. And according to legend, the staff was created on the 6th day of creation and was passed down from man to man, from father to son, until it finally came to Moses. And similar to another legend we covered, this staff was apparently stuck in the ground, and this was in Moses' father-in-law's garden, and it was said that whoever could pull this staff out of the ground would be destined to lead Israel out of Egypt. And then we don't really know what happened to it. There are some claims to the staff, such as the one being held and displayed in the Topkapi Palace Museum, and this is in Istanbul, although there are a few other claims in a few different countries, such as the treasury of Saint Chapelle, and the idea was that it was moved from Jerusalem up to Constantinople, and then into France, and then it was held at this chapel. And just looking through all of these artifacts, I want to bring up a point that I brought up earlier about the original artifacts were most likely these boring kind of mundane items, like Longinus's spear. It was just a Roman spear. The Holy Grail was likely just a plain cup. You know, apart from stuff maybe like the Ark of the Covenant, which was covered in gold. Like a lot of the things that were irrelevant in the time that they were, you know, generated or made were, I think, very likely just lost to time. I mean, unless the Holy Grail is being used in a coffee shop in Ireland or something. I mean, what do I know? I just make videos on the internet. The Fountain of Youth. So this one isn't necessarily one artifact or place, but rather it's like a concept. And so many civilizations over the years have had concepts like this in some form or another, from Herodotus some 2,500 years ago in Greece, all the way up to the 16th century Caribbean myth of Bimini, and likely countless legends and myths in between those two, probably countless even before that, before written history, and likely a ton since then. And these myths and legends obviously all all kind of vary from being a fountain, but they normally include water in some form. So whether that's a magical river or lake or spring, and all of the myths seemingly range in abilities as well, but they all normally do some form of healing. So whether that's healing wounds, whether that's reversing ages or healing diseases, or bringing things back to life, or in a few more quirky cases that I found, dressing people up in fancy clothes who are, dipped in the lake, which pretty nice. And it also appears in the Bible with the idea of Jesus healing someone using this blessed water from the pool of Bethesda, in which an angel had apparently come down, stirred the water, and in stirring the water it put a blessing on the water that the next person to step into it would be cured of anything that afflicted them. The Trojan horse. So you probably all know of the Trojan horse, but the details of its legend and history are really quite interesting. The story goes that after a long 10-year siege on the city of Troy, the Greeks eventually gave up and said, fine, whatever, you win, city of Troy, we're just gonna go sail away now. Bye, bye. And so they burnt all of their camps and tents. They built this giant horse as a tribute to the god Athena. And this horse was apparently to bless them for a safe journey home. And then they all got into their boats and sailed away. And when the Greeks were gone, the Trojans kind of peeked around, opened up the gates, saw this horse and blessing that they had left, and wanted to basically remove it, take the blessing for themselves, maybe increase the chances of the Greeks having a bad journey home. And they took this giant horse into their city, closed the gates again, and then come nightfall, secretly, the horse was actually filled with a bunch of some of the best Greek soldiers, and they snuck out of the horse, snuck round, opened the gates, and the rest of the Greek army didn't actually sail back. Earlier they got into their boats, they made it look like they were sailing away, and then when it hit night, they turned around, came back, and now the gates of Troy were open. So, needless to say, the Greeks went into the city of Troy, killed all the people, destroyed it, and apparently one of the reasons that they made the horse so big, that the Greeks wanted to give this impression that the horse and the blessing was so big, it was too big to move, basically making a statement, this is our blessing, we're gonna make it so big that you have zero chance of moving it, so you had better not take this into your city when we leave. And then the Trojans were like, you know what, we are going to take it into our city. And that was part of the story, or so the legend goes. There have also been some historical accounts to suggest that this horse wasn't really a horse. It wasn't a giant horse wooden figure, but rather it was a large ship. And the evidence for this is that the language used to describe the men getting into the horse is often the same language that's used to describe men boarding boats. So they thought this could have been a boat instead. And boats are pretty big, and they're made out of wood, and they were sometimes called seahorses in the day. And also they used to embellish the front of ships with, images or animals, and sometimes that animal was a giant horse head on the front. So that's one of the theories. They left behind a giant wooden ship that kind of got mistranslated over the years and became a giant wooden horse. Or some theories say that this wasn't a giant wooden horse, but it was actually a giant wooden siege engine, because back in the day, siege engines were pretty great, except they had one weakness, and that was that they were made out of wood. So they were quite susceptible to flames, to flaming arrows, and so often they used to use this dampened horsehide to, buffer, to cover the siege engine in it. And so the idea of it being a giant wooden horse, horsehide, perhaps they had used this giant wooden horse to gain entry into the city, either, once again, by just smashing and destroying the walls, or by doing that same sailing away trick, leaving it there. And Troy thought, alright, let's collect everything they left behind. Oh look, a cool looking siege engine. I'll just take this over into the city, and then bam, tricked. Bamboozled. Or another theory, and we're kind of running out of theories here, but another theory says that this horse was actually an earthquake that destroyed Troy. So, an earthquake happened, it destroyed the walls of Troy, thus allowing the Greeks to enter. And this is partly due to Poseidon being the god of sea, so, the Greeks sailing away, and the god of horses, so the Trojan horse, and also the god of earthquakes. So again, this might have been a translation sort of thing, where an earthquake caused it, so then people started to say that Poseidon Poseidon caused it. And then other people were like, hey, Poseidon, isn't that the god of horses? So you're saying a horse caused the collapse of Troy? And then, you know, a rumor here, a whisper there, and the story all kind of gets mixed up. And there was archaeological evidence to show that the city of Troy had at some point been heavily damaged by an earthquake. So this theory isn't necessarily as terrible or crazy as it sounds. But if the horse ever did exist, where is it today? It's very, very, very hard to say. If you want my honest opinion, it probably got dismantled for lumber, as most boats and stuff tended to do in those days. You can't just leave good wood to go to waste. But that is the story of the Trojan horse. In tier 3, we have the crown of thorns. So according to the biblical account, this was a crown made out of thorns and placed on Jesus' head as he was being crucified. And this was both to mock him and to inflict pain on him, with the idea being the Romans like, oh yeah, you say you're king, you say you're the Lord. All right, well, here's your crown we made for you. Hope you like wearing it, sort of thing. And there are some accounts of a thorn of crowns being kept and venerated in the, first few hundred years after Jesus' death. And according to these accounts, it was likely kept in the city of Jerusalem by some of his followers. It was then purportedly moved to the city of Constantinople after a few more hundred years. And then it stayed there for a few hundred years before being offered by the Emperor of Constantinople to King Louis IX of France in 1238. And this was seemingly the gift of like a dying empire. And while in France, it was kept in the Notre Dame Cathedral. And this was its longest stretch of time, from around the 1200s all the way up to 2019, when Notre Dame went up in flames and the crown ended up actually surviving, and it was moved for safekeeping, and then it was eventually replaced back into Notre Dame. And it was actually moved back there in December 2024, so like a few weeks ago, which is pretty cool. But this is the most convincing account and trace of an actual crown of thorns that we have. And interestingly enough, multiple thorns have actually been taken out of this crown of thorns over the years, and they have been gifted to various countries, especially in Europe, and there's even a thorn over in the United States of America. So a pretty cool one. I like that there's a decent paper trail for this one, and the gifting of these thorns represents kind of like a peace offering sort of thing. So I do like the idea of spreading out the love. The Veil of Veronica. So this is an ancient relic, this piece of cloth that was apparently given to Jesus as he was walking along, as he was bearing his cross, and it was used to wipe the sweat off Jesus's brow. And when it was returned to her, apparently it bore the face of Jesus. And there are records of this cloth being kept in the church, being safeguarded for at least 1,000 years. And while there are various other claims to this artifact, like one in Vienna, one in Alicante, one in Jaén, this one is the most widely known, the best believed one, and is held in the Vatican and brought out once a year for people to look upon. And a quick note about this cloth is said to heal illnesses, to cure blindness, to bring people back from the dead, as well as many more miracles, which begs the question, why in the flying fuggle is this cloth not being brought out and shown around the world every single day? Within a few months, we would completely cure blindness, cure every single disease, and I don't really have a good answer for that. Confederate gold is an entry we covered in one of the bloody icebergs. There's so many now. Mystery iceberg, alternate history iceberg. It was probably one of those. But this refers to the huge amount of gold and treasuries that went missing after the Civil War. And it all started with the soon-to-be evacuated New Orleans. And with the North approaching, the authorities advised everyone to just take all of your gold. And this was wealthy people, banks, insurance companies. They said, if you keep it here, the North is going to come, they're going to confiscate everything, so it's your best bet to move it out of the city. So most of them did. They took all of their gold, their silver, which was hundreds of millions of dollars worth in today's money, and they sent it via General Beauregard to the Georgian Iron Bank, where he assured it would be kept safe. Then, shortly afterwards, Beauregard received an email. Beauregard received a telegram telling him to go into the bank where he had just deposited all of this stuff and to withdraw all of this gold and silver. And when the president of the Iron Bank refused to give it to him because he said it wasn't his, it belonged to the people of New Orleans, Beauregard was instructed to just take it by force. And then the Secretary of War, General Randolph, instructed him to deliver it to the government depository in Georgia. And in Beauregard's own words, what became of that coin is, we believe, even to this day, a mystery. jewelry. It was, doubtless, spent for the benefit of the Confederacy, but how and to what purpose, not having been regularly appointed by the Congress, has never been known to the South, especially to the stockholders and depositors of the Bank of Louisiana. So, was it used for the Confederacy in some manner, or was it stolen by either the Confederacy or by the North? Was it buried somewhere, or hidden, or forgotten about? And this is hundreds of millions of dollars, I might remind you. But as Beauregard said, we really have no idea what happened to it. The Ark of Noah was, as you all likely know, the ark or giant ship that Noah built to protect his family, to protect a bunch of animals from the worldwide flood that God apparently caused on the earth. And if you think this was just like a regular sized boat, no. People have calculated that given the estimated measurements for this, it could have housed roughly 2.15 million sheep, or sheep-sized animals, and the measurements for the ark were quite religiously significant, with the heights of each deck representing Israeli temples, and the compartments representing heaven, earth, hell, or, the underworld essentially. And partly because of the large amount of flood stories that we see in other cultures, in other civilizations, a few of which actually outdate the Old Testament, like for example Gilgamesh. It is commonly believed among archaeologists that this didn't actually happen, but it was more like a metaphor, a story, an allegory for God and his power and his will, etc. But also for his mercy, telling Noah, allowing Noah to build the ship, saving Noah and his family and a bunch of animals, and also with the ship representing the Israelis and their faith in God, because the ark was built with no steering wheel, so it was just floating around in the water, basically being steered by God's will. And so again, with this one, we're not entirely sure it even existed in the first place, but a lot of people do believe it did exist, and it is maybe buried somewhere, but we just don't know where. The Roswell debris. So I don't know why this is in the legendary artifacts iceberg, probably because it's one of the most well-known major alien UFO encounters. And if you do like alien encounters, I have one hell of a video for you here. It's over 8 hours of alien encounters, UFOs, theories. Mwah. Perfect. But the Roswell incident happened in 1947 when this thing, disc, object, whatever, was seen flying around the sky. And then later it apparently crashed in a nearby farm, and the owner of this farmland reported this to the local police. They then reported it to the Roswell Army Air Force, or the RAAF, and they came along, they collected the debris, and they issued a press release saying that they had recovered a flying disc from this site, which obviously made massive headlines at the time. And so very shortly after, the army came out and issued another press release saying that this wasn't a flying disc that they recovered, it was instead a fallen weather balloon. And at the time it seemed like everyone was kind of okay with that. For the most part, they were like, oh, okay, it's a weather balloon, crashed, whatever. But then 30 years later, this man, Major Jesse Marcel, came out and said, look, this entire thing, it was one big cover-up. We hoaxed the whole thing. He said that it was a flying saucer that we went out there to recover. And every worker out there knew that this was the case, but they were told, act as if it's a weather balloon. Even these photos with Marcelin were apparently staged. They got this weather balloon material, they made it look like it was debris, but the actual flying disc that they recovered was never photographed, at least not publicly. And these are where the conspiracies basically come from, about them capturing this flying craft and taking it to a secret underground base, Area 51 or something. But as I said, if you're interested in this stuff, check out my Alien Iceberg. I cover God knows how many cases in that. And, while I've got you here, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. We're still a few short of the 1 million subscriber goal, I think, by the end of the day. Or do whatever you want to do. I'm not your dad. The robe of Jesus is, you may have guessed, a robe that Jesus was said to have worn shortly before his crucifixion. And what was special about this robe was, obviously, it was worn by Jesus, which made it special, but also it was a robe without seams. So after Jesus had died, the Romans took the robe and they were gonna cut it up by, you know, the seams and divide it out, but because it didn't have seams, they decided not to separate it. And so that is, as the legend says, partly why it remains in one piece to this day. It was discovered by none other than Saint Helena, who, as you might remember, also discovered the Holy Cross and the Holy Nails. And so, according to the legend, Helena discovered it in the year 300, and there wasn't really much record of it up until the 1100s, when it was written about in Trier, Germany. And it's a bit of a strange piece. It's had multiple modifications made to it over the years, with bits of taffeta and silk being sewed into it, likely in an attempt to, you know, keep it whole, to repair any damages to it. And it was also dipped in some sort of rubber substance in the 1800s, again likely in a misguided attempt to kind of preserve it. But this dipping in rubber has likely removed any chance of scientists, you know, properly aging the item. And originally this robe wasn't shown to anyone. It was taken, it was folded up neatly, it was kept in secret in this cathedral, but in the 1500s, Emperor Maximilian basically came to this cathedral. He demanded to be shown this robe, and so they took it out and they showed him. But then all of the locals were like, hey, why did he get to see it? We want to see the robe as well. And so the cathedral arranged like a yearly viewing of this, which wasn't always kept to. It was changed eventually to a 7-yearly viewing, and then it was changed to just whenever the cathedral decided to, I guess. And there is rumored to be a viewing in 2033 celebrating the 2000th anniversary of Jesus' death, which that sounds a bit weird, celebrating a death, but the date could possibly change, and it is still just a rumor. So if you want to go and see this robe, definitely keep an eye out for their updates. The Buddha's relics. So according to the scripture, the Buddha ordered his followers to, after his death, cremate him, and to take all of his remains, all of his ashes, and all of his belongings, and all of his scriptures, and distribute them into these tiny little buildings or shrines called stupas. So over time, they apparently did this. They took his ashes, his bones, his teeth, his skull fragments, as well as his belongings, his robe, his bowl, his staff, and supposedly a king, King Ashoka, was able to divide all of these things and distribute them into over 84,000 stupas and shrines, with these stupas basically representing Buddha's presence. And an interesting part about this was that the Buddha was said to experience 3 deaths in relation to him and his being. So one, nirvana, was when he reached enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, which was the death of all of his potential future rebirths. One was when he actually physically died, which was obviously the death of his mind and body. And another will apparently occur where all of Buddha's remains, all of his knowledge, all of his quotes, his teachings, all of that is destroyed. And when no living being remembers Buddha, speaks about Buddha, knows the name, just when he is forgotten completely among the entire universe, then and only then will this third nirvana occur, where all of his relics will, you know, revive. The Buddha himself will kind of come back to life. You know, his body will be restored. He will fly back to the exact spot he reached this first nirvana, under the Bodhi tree, and he will sit there in the lotus position and once more emit these beams of light that illuminate 10,000 worlds. He will be worshipped one last time by the gods, and then finally burst into flames and disappear for all eternity. At least that's what the legends say. Tier 4, Abraham's Pot. So this is one of the many artifacts being displayed and stored in the Topkapi Palace Temple in Istanbul, Turkey. And some of the others are the Sword of Muhammad, the Mantle of Muhammad, and his banner and his footprints, and Joseph's turban, the Sword of David, the Staff of Moses, and many more. And this, Abraham's Pot, is said to be the pot that Abraham used as kind of a cooking pot, and that's basically all we have on it. It should be noted that a lot of these artifacts, you know, the Sword of David, Joseph's turban, some of these are incredibly old. They're super hard to verify. The chances of them being passed down safely over the years and not being swapped out, not being hoaxed, not being anything like that is, I think, incredibly low. So believe these if you will, but yeah, Abraham's Pot is just one of the many artifacts, apparent artifacts, kept here. Zulfikar is the sword of Muhammad's cousin and son-in-law, Ali ibn Abi Talib, which uniquely has this kind of split at the end of it. And the origin and meaning of this name has been kind of debated over the years. You know, Zulfikar, it could be a reference to maybe the Orion Belt, alluding to maybe the divine nature of this sword. It could also be derived from the words meaning spine splitter, which is quite brutal of a name, but it would probably fit. Or to it being kind of a metaphorical splitter. So this sword, you know, splitting truth from lies, splitting good from evil, and with the wielder, Ali Talib, being able to differentiate these. A bunch of Middle Eastern and Islamic swords have over the years been kind of fashioned like this, I guess in reference to the Zulfikar, and the imagery appears in decorations, in actual swords as I said, also in paintings, in flags. And as to the actual location of the sword, we don't really know. It's never turned up after some of the initial references to it. It was very likely probably buried, lost, destroyed, and although it may turn up somewhere, you know, perhaps buried in a tomb or something, it hasn't yet to this day, and so we don't really know where it is, or if it still even exists. Palladium. So this was a wildly fascinating artifact whose history dates back all the way to the goddess of Athena, who killed her friend Pallas accidentally, or Pallas, while having a friendly competition with him, and because she felt so guilty about this, she decided to make a statue of herself, which, yeah, that's absolutely the correct thing to do. And then this statue then fell from the heavens, landed in the city of Troy, or the land that Troy was built in. And then this statue became a symbol of safety for the city, with it being believed that as long as the statue stayed within the city walls, that the city would forever be safe. And wouldn't you know it, during the Trojan horse incident, you know, the one we covered earlier, the Greeks actually do manage to get into the city, they get into the temple, and they take this palladium out of the city, which it is said accelerated the downfall of Troy. Then Aeneas, the legendary defender of Troy, he was able to sneak out, avoid the total destruction of Troy, and take the palladium along with a bunch of other escaped Trojans with him, and go on a crazy journey across the Mediterranean, visiting kings and powerful people and leaders, and fighting battles until eventually they came to Italy, where eventually they settled down, they placed the palladium, and then his descendants would eventually found this small, tiny little city that you may have heard of before, that being the city of Rome. And the statue was kept in Rome for likely hundreds of years, protecting the city just as it did protect Troy. And we think that it might have been transferred over to Constantinople, you know, when Constantine moved the Roman capital over there, and then from there he may have buried it somewhere in the city, either under an important building to help with the blessing, or under just some random area in order to keep it safe and keep it more secret. But the evidence for this is all really a bit sketchy, and we really have kind of no idea where it is today. Chinese treasure ships. So for this entry, we need to introduce a man named Admiral Zheng He, and sorry for the pronunciation on that, but he was an admiral, obviously, in the Chinese Ming Dynasty of the 1400s. And during this time, he launched several huge naval expeditions, and this was over around 30 years, and the size of these expeditions was just insane. The ships themselves were often well over 100 meters or 400 feet in length. Some of them contained 3,600 men per ship, and in the first expedition alone, there were 63 ships, meaning roughly 30,000 men. And then the second expedition was roughly 250 ships, so again, likely around 100,000 men on this expedition. And there were 7 voyages in total, and the aim of these was basically to kind of spread the word about China, and it wasn't necessarily to like invade people, but it was more to, you know, go around to trade all of our goods, to buy goods from other places, to put out the word like, yo, China is super powerful, look at this huge navy we have, you know, do you have this many huge ships? Can you do these huge expeditions? Yeah, didn't think so. So they went around, they made statues, they set up trade agreements, trade deals, they set up routes for themselves, and it was honestly pretty successful. The expeditions soon stopped due to these kind of internal affairs, internal wars in China, and we don't to this day know where any of these ships went. They were likely probably recycled in some form, and the treasure shipyard in Nanjing, where most of these boats were probably built, did eventually just kind of fall into disuse, fall into disrepair, who's kind of forgotten about before eventually being demolished. And there have been shipwrecks of a few of these Chinese ships found like at the bottom of the ocean with all of these goods from all around the world, but these only likely represent just a few of the ships, and I think most of them were probably taken back to China, dismantled, used for other things, changed into, you know, other ships. And it is kind of sad to see them kind of destroyed in this way, but the story of these expeditions was absolutely epic. The Cloak of Muhammad was an artifact that apparently Muhammad wore on his journey from Mecca to Jerusalem in 621 AD. So the legend says after his journey, Muhammad gave his cloak to his friend Hazrat, and he passed it down through generations and generations through his family until it was eventually given to Amar Shah Durrani in 1768. And he is often considered the founder, more or less, of Afghanistan, or at least modern Afghanistan. And they have kept it in the Keka Sharif shrine in Afghanistan, guarded by the same family for 250 years. And as with a bunch of these artifacts, it has these divine powers, such as healing, bringing good fortune, and warding off evil spirits. King Arthur's Round Table. So this originates from, as we explored before, the whole myth and legends surrounding King Arthur. And King Arthur's court was apparently filled with these famous and skilled warriors and knights. Like some many of you have probably heard of, King Lancelot, or Sir Lancelot, Sir Gawain, Sir Galahad, etc. And the idea was to have this round table, which that's more like a teardrop shape, but you have this round table such that anyone sitting at the table is equally distant to the center of the table as anyone else. So obviously on a normal table you probably have the head of a table, you know, the most important person, and you have everyone is like slightly further away from the table at different points. But the idea behind this was that everyone in his court was an equal, so he was no more important than any of his knights, and so he had a round table. And I mean, we're not entirely sure if King Arthur even actually existed, but if it did exist, this is one of the relics. We're not entirely sure where the round table is today. Might have been buried, might have been forgotten about, might have been destroyed, or it might in fact never have actually existed. Nantios Cup. Was this cup, I mean, it's not really being used as a cup anymore with all of these holes, but it was purportedly transported and kept safe. I mean, not too safe with the bloody state of it, but it was said to be a cup made from the wood of Jesus's actual cross. Or some thought that it was the Holy Grail, or some thought that it was both, and that's a bit far-fetched, I think, because how can you have this cup exist before Jesus' death, you know, for him to drink from at the Last Supper, and then for it also to be made of the cross that he was later crucified on. But it was moved around. It was eventually kept in Wales until the 1500s, and then it was snuck out of the abbey that it was kept in during the Catholic Reformation. And this is when churches basically up and down the country were being destroyed, were being looted, mostly under the orders of King Henry VIII. It was then moved to Nantios, also in Wales, where it remained for apparently almost 400 years, until it was publicly displayed by George Powell in 1878. So a pretty cool little wooden artifact. The Elixir of Life, also known as water. But no, this Elixir of Life was first mentioned in the Epic of Gilgamesh, which is an old story, some like 4,000 years ago, where Gilgamesh starts to kind of worry about his own mortality, and so he seeks out a man called Utnapishtim, who was basically this early inspiration for Noah, with Utnapishtim being instructed to build a giant ark, or a giant boat, to load all of his family onto, as well as a bunch of animals. And this was because one of the gods was flooding the entire earth because he was kind of sick of humans, and so this basically kills all of mankind except for Utnapishtim. The flood lasts for 6 days and 6 nights, and then that's basically the end of the flood. He gets out of the boat and is rewarded by the gods with immortality because of his faith and devotion. But anyway, Gilgamesh is afraid of death, so he seeks out Utnapishtim, who is still alive because he's now immortal, and he asks him about immortality, to which he instructs Gilgamesh to dive down to the bottom of the ocean and to retrieve this special magical plant. And so Gilgamesh goes into the ocean, dives all the way down. He finds this plant, but this bloody, slippery snake serpent of the sea takes it and consumes it before Gilgamesh can. And so Gilgamesh doesn't attain immortality, but rather the snake does. And this is apparently symbolic of how snakes shed their skin. So, you know, they die in one skin and then they're reborn into another skin, which snakes aren't really immortal, by the way. It's all just bloody snake propaganda. But this idea also appears in Chinese legends, in Indian legends, and Islamic, European, African, just basically all over the entire world. And it's often linked to magic, mysticism, alchemy, and gods or, you know, divine creatures. And this entry is actually a little different to the previous ones, in that we actually do know exactly where this is located. And that is right here in this glass. Immortality. And I will be giving a single drop of this elixir of life to everyone who subscribes. So, one subscribe for one life of eternity. Pretty even trade, I would say. Or don't, but don't say I didn't offer. In tier 5, we have the Holy Prepuce. The Holy Prepuce is Jesus's circumcised bits. 2,000-year-old skin from down there. Lovely. But the first records of this claim come from the 800s, when this was presented to Pope Leo III, allegedly being a gift delivered by an angel. And throughout the years, as with many other artifacts, other people, other places, churches, countries, etc., have claimed to have either the original one or little bits of it, little pieces, with as many as 18 different places claiming to have pieces of this, which it's like, how do you even break something this small up into 18 pieces? I'm just like, how? But in 1983, the Holy Prepuce was stolen, and I don't know why someone would, but it was never recovered, and so we don't know where it is to this day. The Brazen Head. So this is kind of a cool thing of legends. It's this kind of automaton AI thing, and it's like a living thing, but also not really. Kind of maybe like a robot or a golem. But this Brazen Head was something in legends that was built like a machine, or it was summoned or generated with magic or mysticism depending on the legend, or by using some sort of science like perhaps a Frankenstein sort of tale, or Frankenstein's monster, or in some legends kind of a bit of both. It was often written as being made of either bronze or brass, and it would reply to any questions you asked it, but would only be able to respond with either a yes or no answer. The legends go back as far as the 12th century, and continue, especially among alchemists, to this current day, but no physical or serious account or evidence for them has ever been found. But I would love to see them exist. They sound so cool. The Seer Stones are these mystical, divine stones that have apparently been used by seers and magicians and mystic type people over the years. But I think the most notable, maybe the most famous example of a seer stone would be by the founder of the Latter-day Saints during the translation of the Book of Mormon, Joseph Smith. So he apparently discovered his first seer stone in New York in 1822, and this is while he was digging a well. He found the stone, and he apparently used it to translate some text. And what he would do is he would take his seer stone, he would put it into a hat, he would kind of cover up all the light, he would look into the hat, and from the seer stone he would see these, you know, visions or revelations or like information that he could learn, and with that he was able to dictate or transcribe the Book of Mormon. There were a few different stones that he personally used, but by far his most famous one, his favorite one, was this brown one that he found in the well, and it is kept under the protection of the LDS Church and has been since the times of Joseph Smith. The many other stones he had and used, however, are seemingly completely lost, or we just don't know where they are. Alcahest/Azoth. So Azoth is kind of a combination or a mix of like the Philosopher's Stone and the Elixir of Life. Its name derives from the Arabic for the word mercury, being al-Zabak, and originally described this hypothetical liquid that could, you know, transform mercury into gold or silver, but it kind of transformed and evolved over the years, you know, the myth of this thing, and over the years it seemingly got more and more abilities, more and more properties, until it could, you know, cure all illnesses, extend life, even even, bring people back from the dead. And it could even enlighten people, raise them up to a higher level, a higher plane of understanding or enlightenment, kind of like Victor from Arcane. And no one has really properly claimed or discovered this yet. Over the years there were some accounts of this kind of existing, but they're often thought to just be representations of it or stories, and there's no one really that claims in the modern day to have possession of this. But that doesn't mean that it can't exist. Hihirokain is this crazy mythical metal in Japanese legends that's supposedly red, flame-colored, is lighter than gold, and yet stronger than diamonds. It is considered extremely rare, extremely valuable. It can boil water just by sitting in it, and it has been used in a few fantasy settings over the years, like for example Scarletite in Final Fantasy, which is pretty cool. It was apparently more common in, days of old, and was used to build all these mythical weapons and tools and armors, but has been slowly losing its power, or just the volume of these metals gets lost over time, so it became a thing of legends. And the 3 sacred treasures of Japan, for example, were said to be made from this metal, which, those treasures in and of themselves should be on this list because they're mysterious as all get out. But as well as those other properties, this metal apparently can't rust, and it is a great conductor of both heat and emotions, souls, and the metal itself is said to be the last remnants of this great worldwide Japanese empire from billions of years ago, and that's a pretty long time ago. That's like before the dinosaurs, but there's no further evidence for this one. We're not sure if it ever did exist, and we're even less sure of a billion-year-old Japanese worldwide empire. But if you do find any, then drop me a little message down below, as I would love to smelt it down and make a mug out of it. Toadstones were these cool little stones that were found and revered for seemingly thousands of years, with one of the first ever mentions of these stones dating back to the year 77. And that's not 1977, literally the year 77, which is a long time ago. But these stones were smooth, they were kind of perfect, and they were used in both jewelry as well as practical purposes, because they were said to hold mystical abilities and properties. They were said to cure illnesses, treat diseases, and just all round spread good vibes. And they were called toadstones because they were said or rumored to grow inside the heads of toads, which is probably not true. They were or are likely these fossilized fish teeth from the Shinsteer, this thing, which is kind of part cool, part creepy, part beautiful, part disturbing. But yeah, do they treat poison? Probably not. I wouldn't recommend it. Just go to a doctor or something. But do they look cool? Absolutely. Templar treasures. So this is a super interesting topic that involves the Knights Templar from the 12th century. And one of the first interesting things I learnt about them quite a while back was that only around 10% of the order were actually knights. I know, it's like knight is literally in their name, but 90% of the Knights Templar aren't actually knights. The rest were like middle management, or they were in religious roles or financial roles, because as well as being a huge fighting force, they were also incredibly wealthy. They set up things like banks, they put out loans, they managed debts, and they traded in money, they traded in products, so stuff like merchanting, and in building things, in construction projects. They were pretty huge. And when knights signed up to this order, they had to transfer all of their money and possessions over to the order, and then swear a vow of poverty, chastity, piety, and obedience to the order, and to conquer the Holy Lands. And in exchange for all of that, they were promised bread, water, and the poor clothing of the house, and also much pain and suffering, which, yeah, sign me up. Sounds like a fantastic deal. And a bunch of the places that either the Knights Templar used or that they built are still to this day called something to do with Templar, temple, that sort of thing. Like, for example, the Temple Bar in London, or the Temple Church or Station, also in London, as well as many, many more of these throughout Europe. But the order was very powerful, as I said, very rich, getting richer and richer by the year, and eventually they grew too big for their own boots, and the order was shut down and subsequently persecuted. And as they were being persecuted, they basically split off. A bunch of them fled. They took almost all of their treasures, their gold, their valuables, and we don't really know what they did with a lot of it. There are rumors that say it was either confiscated secretly by the church, or, the rulers of that time, or people say that the Templars, buried it somewhere in Europe, or that they took it and went up to Scotland, because they had quite a few good, rich friends up in Scotland who were probably willing to protect them. And then from there, they either buried it in Scotland, or even sailed over to the New World, because Scotland had some connection with the Vikings, and the Vikings were known for having traveled actually over to America. So with Scottish protection, with the maps and ships and abilities of the Vikings, this is one of the big theories that they took all of the treasure, all of the gold, took it on these ships over to America, over to the New World, and then buried it over there, eventually assimilating into the local people and basically forgetting where they put it, which has led to theories like the buried treasure in Oak Island, which we covered in the Unsolved Mystery Iceberg. So a fascinating mystery. We have basically no idea where their treasures are, where they were put, where they were buried or kept or anything like that. And the topic of the Templars goes super, super deep if you want to read into it, which I highly recommend that you do. Joan of Arc's sword. So this is a fascinating little piece of history regarding, well, Joan of Arc's sword. And she apparently found this sword by, listening to these voices, by following these vibes, and it led her behind an altar at the Saint Catherine de Fierbois. And in the ground, buried, covered in rust, was this sword. So she dug it up, she removed the rust, and apart from the sword bearing these 5 crosses designed on the blade, we don't know how long it was, how wide it was, the weight of it, or really any of the other design details. And apparently it wasn't too unusual to find like buried swords, because a lot of warriors did bury their swords for whatever reason, either to retire the sword or for some sort of blessing, which also brings up kind of an additional mystery in this as to who the sword originally actually belonged to. Some say it belonged to Charlemagne's father, Charles Martel, who fought off the Muslim invasion in Europe in the Middle Ages, and so the legend says that Charles buried his sword and that it would be dug up by the next person destined to defend France. And that, apparently, according to the legends, was Joan of Arc. And she herself is a fascinating figure, but we'll perhaps get into that another time. And she never really used this sword as a sword in a way. Being Puppycat, used the sword as a sword. But it was old, clearly, it had been rusted, it was most likely blunt, and so she never used it in battle or to kill anyone, but she did use it kind of as a symbol of power, and also to, chase people away, to bonk them on the heads. But before she was killed, she refused to say where she buried it, or where she had hidden it, or where she had kept it, and still to this day, it has not been found. The Hand of Glory was this old tradition, I guess, of cutting off the left hand of someone who was hanged for murder and pickling the hand, drying it out, and then this resulted in the Hand of Glory. Gross. But then they went one step further and they extracted the fat from this hanged person and turned it into wax, into a candle. And apparently if you made a candle out of it and then slotted it into the Hand of Glory, some very interesting things would happen. Whenever you lit the candle, it would freeze the person in front of it, which they're probably just freezing because they're terrified of how much of a psycho you are. Or you could also upgrade this by taking some hairs from the hanged person and using them in the candle as a wick. And then this upgraded Hand of Glory would illuminate everything, but only for the holder. So you could walk around at nighttime, you could see everything with this candle, but no one else could see the light, giving you some sort of pseudo invisibility, or so the legends say. It was also able to unlock any doors that you presented the hand to, which is a very handy, pun intended, ability to have. But we're not really hanging people anymore these days. It's kind of out of fashion, so the amount of these Hands of Glories is kind of slowly going down over the years. But yeah, let me know below what you think about this one. Tier 6, Drake's Drum. So this is a drum that Sir Francis Drake had with him, during his expeditions traveling around the world. And in the 1500s, on his last expedition, on his deathbed, he apparently ordered that this drum be immediately shipped back and returned to England, and that if England was ever in need, that they should just play the drum and it would summon Sir Francis Drake, which sounds like an awesome plot for a film if it hasn't been done already. But the drum was taken back to Buckland Abbey, or Drake's family home, and has seemingly remained there ever since, under protection, and I guess for security reasons, as it is so fragile. We don't know exactly where it is kept. We know it's like probably kept somewhere here in England, in this area sort of thing, but it's all kept incredibly vague. There are a few replicas that have been made and displayed over the years, and apparently these are quite accurate, so you can kind of see what it looks like, or at least what it did look like. But as to the location of the actual drum, we don't really know, but it is probably in safe hands. And according to legend, it was said to have been heard in multiple places at multiple times, and these times were kind of important to the English nation, such as the departure of the Mayflower in 1620, or Napoleon's arrival as prisoner, Plymouth Harbor, the start of World War I, the surrender of the German Navy, and also in a few major events in World War II. And if anyone does try to play this drum or beat it, it may just turn to dust. So I don't know how Sir Francis Drake expects us to summon him, but it is what it is. Lingurium. So this was this mythical gemstone that was often listed in medieval texts. You know, these ancient European bestiaries. And yes, they're called bestiaries, not bestiaries for some reason. But these were these huge like encyclopedias, often illustrated. They had like lists of beasts in, of gems, of rocks, and with all this detail about each one. And they must honestly at the time have been pretty cool. But this gem was said to be made from the solidified urine of lynxes, which is pretty gross. And these gems could apparently cure any ailments, could cure diseases. They could attract various types of metals, you know, put one on a stick and try and locate the metal or something. And the best ones were made by wild lynxes and also by male lynxes, because of course they were. And in a lot of these entries, the lynxes were noted as hiding these gems from humans, you know, hiding gems made from their own solidified urine just to spite the humans, I guess. They're like, no, we don't want you humans to have them. And so they swallowed them to keep the humans from benefiting from their powers. Pretty wild, but it is an interesting piece of ancient history. The Sudarium of Oviedo, or the Shroud of Oviedo, is this veil or cloth said to be wrapped around Jesus' head when he had died. It is currently stored in the Cathedral of San Salvador in Spain, in this kind of chest of sorts, and it is displayed 3 times every year. Once on Good Friday, once on September the 14th, and once on September the 21st, and is thought to be of the same origin as the Shroud of Turin, with both cloths apparently showing traces of the blood type AB, and both of them showing similar blood patterns. And the cloth was allegedly taken from the empty tomb by Jesus' followers and kept somewhere. We don't really have any records of it, but the next mention of it is in the year 570 AD, so like 500 years later, when it was being kept in a cave nearby Jerusalem. And then from there it was taken to Egypt, and then from Egypt along North Africa, and then across the Mediterranean over into Spain, where it resides to this day. The Sword of Victory, or the, and I'm gonna completely screw this up, but the Fra Sankanchaisi, I am terribly sorry, but this is a royal sword that represents the power and authority of the Thai royalty, and it is honestly a pretty beautiful sword. It is made out of iron, with the whole thing being packaged in these cool looking gems. You know, part of it's made from quartz, gold, sapphires, rubies, and it was discovered in 1957 in the crypt of Wat Aracha Borana. But as to its true original origins, where it actually came from, we don't really know. Some say it was found by a fisherman in the 1700s and then presented to King Rama I as a gift, but that doesn't explain where it came from either. Some say it dates all the way back to the Sukhothai Empire, which was in the 1100s and then was passed down generation to generation. And others say it was gifted by the divine, gifted by the gods, and that's where it originally came from, which further proves and emphasizes the royalty's right to rule, their divinity, their power, etc. It does have a few mystical properties, apparently, allegedly. And the story goes that when it was brought into the city of Bangkok, 7 lightning strikes hit the city, which apparently symbolized and signified this sword's immense power. As I said, it is a super beautiful sword, and it is kind of fascinating to think, to imagine, you know, where it actually came from, where it was made, who made it, when they made it, and yeah, these are all very good questions. The Cup of Jamshid. So this was this legendary Persian artifact, believed to have these magical, mythical, divine properties, such as divination, you know, seeing into the future, seeing events that haven't happened yet, or psychic knowledge, or some form of scrying, so seeing places where you currently are not. Or this cup was said to contain something akin to, you know, the elixir of life. It would heal people, it would make people immortal, bring them back from the dead, and it was written about a ton in like the 10th century in Persian and Eastern poems, stories, manuscripts, so it goes quite far back. It's been talked about quite a bit, but we have no evidence to say whether it existed or not, and whether it exists to this day. The gold train of the bad guys from World War II, and once again, it's stupid that I have to censor that, but it is what it is. But this was a train purportedly filled with gold and jewelry and, you know, rare treasures and all sorts. And towards the end of World War II, when the Germans knew that they were kind of losing the war, they apparently moved this train secretly to this underground secret train bunker and moved it way deep underground, sealed everything off, collapsed the tunnels, and this was apparently in southwest Poland, and after the war, no one ever found it. It was said to contain a huge 300 tons worth of valuables, which is just insane. So obviously a bounty that big has, you know, attracted some attention, generated some legends. And the Polish army during the Cold War even did like these extensive searches for this train, but they never ended up finding it. And in 2015, 2 men claimed to have found this train. As they were using these underground radars, they apparently detected something that was kind of train shaped, and so the Polish military came in. They started this huge dig, but eventually found that these images on the radar were just kind of train shaped rock formations. Very sad, I know, but this train full of 300 tons worth of treasures, gold, might be buried somewhere out there and might still one day be found. The Gates of Alexander. So these were these great gates, these fortifications that Alexander the Great apparently built, and these were to keep out the barbarians from the north or from southern Siberia, and they were said to be the great dividing line between the civilized world and the barbaric world. And the evidence for this one is a little unclear. There were a few mentions of other passes over the years, you know, from the Derbent Pass to the Darial Pass to the Great Gorgon Wall, the Caspian Pass, etc. And while we do have references to these, they're often kind of conflated and confused with one another. And so we have a few, for example, that Alexander the Great is actually credited with building, but then we found out it was built 600 years after Alexander. So there is some confusion on this whole topic, but we still don't know exactly to what the Gates of Alexander is referring, or where it's located, or rather where it was located. But all mysteries aside, it was very likely just a great wall with some great fortifications. The story of Alexander the Great is just insane. There are a few really cool videos out there if you want to check out the whole story. But yeah, were the gates built and then later destroyed? Were they just confused with another wall or another gate? Were they perhaps buried somehow? We don't really know, but I will leave a link to a very, very cool video down in the description that basically covers the entire life and conquest and adventure, etc. of Alexander the Great. The Katana, or the Sword of Mercy, is a sword that's one of the British crown jewels and is used in the coronation of new kings and queens. Not that there's been too many of them recently, but that is partly what it's used for. It has a blunted blade and a squared tip to represent mercy, and my lord is it a gorgeous sword. And the history for the origin of this sword is a little debated. It first appeared in records from like the 1200s as Curtana or Curtain, some variation of that, and this was during Henry III's wedding. And it can be seen here having more of a kind of jaggedy tip, which represented more, I guess, like the tip of a sword snapped off, rather than what it is today, like a cleanly cut end of the sword. And so it originally looked like this before it was squared off. Some legends say that it originally belonged to Sir Tristan, you know, one of the Knights of the Round Table, because there was a receipt written by King John, or rather signed by King John, in the year 1207 for the storing of one Tristram's or Tristan's sword. And Tristan's sword in these legends was said to have a broken off tip, because when he was in battle with the giant Irish warrior Morholt, he apparently got his sword lodged into Morholt's skull, and then it broke off the tip. So there is a theory that this was actually Tristan's sword, broken tip and all, and it has been kept and passed down through the generations. Or there is a theory that says that this originally belonged to Edward the Confessor of England, and this was all the way back in the 11th century, and whose death kind of sparked the Norman French invasion of England. But we don't really know officially where it came from, or who made it, or when, but it does remain a very cool, if not mysterious sword. Tier 7, the Emerald Tablet. So this was this text likely found in the 1st century by a man named Belinus, who was a Greek philosopher, and he said that he found this Emerald Tablet in this cave, and this was inside of a hidden chamber within the cave, and there was, according to the legend, this old man lying there, or rather this skeleton of an old man, because he was a skeleton, he wasn't a person, and skeletons are people, or at least they used to be people, and I've completely complicated this. But basically there was a skeleton lying there with something in its hand, and this something apparently was the Emerald Tablet. And according to the legend, he took this tablet, he translated it, he stored it, kept it, brought it out, moved it around, stored it again, until over the years of this constant moving, translating, storing, etc., it was basically lost and almost forgotten about. It is now kind of a thing of myth and legends. We don't have the original copy, and that is if it ever actually did exist itself. And there have been many translations and versions of this Emerald Tablet, with it mainly being a alchemical document, with its author often being believed to be Hermes Trismegistus, which was kind of a ancient mix or fusion between the Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth. As often Hermes was the god of speaking, of messages, of languages, etc., and the chamber that this tablet was, apparently according to legend, found in was under a temple dedicated to Hermes. So the idea is that maybe the skeleton was a devout person of Hermes, or, you know, a follower of him. Hermes wrote this tablet, gave it down to this person. Maybe they were alive when they received it, maybe they were already a skeleton, and it was intended to teach all of humans about alchemy and all about a bunch of cool other stuff. Sadly, as I said, no physical copy of this remains, and we don't know if it ever existed, we don't know what originally was written in it, and no one was ever able to use or utilize the information in it to, you know, transform anything into gold, to create the Philosopher's Stone, for example. So I mean, we kind of squandered that gift from Hermes. The Sibyllin books. So these were these books of prophecy, purchased by the last king of Rome, Lucius Malfoy. No, I'm only kidding. Lucius Tarquinius Superbus. And I just love these old Roman names. But this was in around the year 500 BC. And as the story goes, he was approached by a Sibyl, which was like a female prophesizer sort of thing. You know, she saw the future, she saw prophecies, and she offered him 9 books of prophecies for a very high price. He then declined this trade. He said, you know, either I don't want them or it's too pricey. So she was like, alright, fine. She went away, burnt 3 of the books, and then returned to him, offering the remaining 6 books for the same very high price. He once again apparently said no, so she went away again, burnt 3 more, came back to him with the same offer. So the books at this point were 3 times as expensive, but I guess afraid that he was going to lose all of this knowledge, he ended up purchasing these 3 books, and these are the Sibyllin books. But he did buy them and kept them in a secret vault below the Temple of Jupiter in Rome, and they were taken out every now and then to be read, to be interpreted, to be like kind of horoscopes or fortune cookies. And when they had a plague, when they were fighting a war, when they couldn't make a decision, they would, you know, sometimes go through these books and use their revelations in order to help guide them. And this was until the temple was more or less destroyed in 83 BC. So after that, more kinds of versions, copies of these were produced, until they were later fully destroyed in the year 405, and this was by General Flavius Stilicho, and he ordered them destroyed because I think he thought that they were kind of threatening his authority. You know, maybe he told them to go do something and then they were like, oh yeah, okay, let us just check the books. And then he was just sick of these books, so he just destroyed them. And these books were written in the Greek hexameter verse, with some examples of this being Sing, Goddess, the anger of Achilles, Peleus' son, or Over the Sea, past Crete, on the Syrian shore to the southward. But although we know of the existence of these books, we don't actually have any idea what was in them, because they were known, but they were never like brought out for the public to see, or even had their contents copied or written down. Because if you think about it, if that ever got out into the public, or even worse, to, you know, enemy states, to enemy countries, if they knew some of your prophecies, if they knew your horoscopes, they could potentially predict what you might do in a certain scenario. And obviously this would be a bad thing. So yeah, we have no idea what was in these books, we have no idea what was written, and they were destroyed seemingly for all eternity. Kind of reminds me of the Library of Alexandria, and the loss of information makes me very sad. Hierot. So if you haven't heard of Beowulf, it was this epic poem, this story more or less, that was written around the year 700 in modern day England. But the story within the poem takes place long before this, in mainly Sweden, Denmark and Frisia, or this area of northern Germany / the Netherlands. And in this epic tale, the king of Danes is basically attacked and threatened by this great monster, Grendel, who comes in, attacks his people, attacks his settlements, destroys a bunch of stuff, and notably attacks the king's mead hall, Hierot. Then, spoilers, Beowulf kills Grendel and saves the day, but people have started to question the origin of the mead hall Hierot. So was it just completely made up? Was it made up but inspired by some other hall? Or was it actually based on a real hall that they knew about at the time? Now, we haven't uncovered where it was, or even any archaeological evidence of the beer hall itself, or rather the mead hall, but one contender for potentially being an inspiration for this hall was the Hearty Hall on the Isle of Sheppey, which apparently was known as Hierot in its time, or it was one of the great halls in Denmark, specifically Lejre, which digs and searches around this area have shown evidence of these Viking halls that date back to like the year 600-700. But the hall itself was absolutely epic in the story, and it actually inspired J.R.R. Tolkien in, you know, his Lord of the Rings, and served as inspiration for the Golden Hall of King Theoden, as well as inspiring many other themes in many other stories, such as Vikings and Game of Thrones. Q source, also sometimes called the Sayings Gospel, or just Q if you're really cool, but this was a hypothetical document that scholars believe was the source for some of the biblical writings, and it's fairly conventionally believed that the writings of Matthew and Luke were written after the Book of Mark, and they used the Book of Mark for some of their inspiration. But there are also a bunch of sayings from Jesus that appear in Matthew and Luke that don't appear in Mark, meaning that they likely used a second source, you know, to draw some of these sayings from, but it can't have been Mark because these sayings weren't actually in Mark. And we have never been able to identify or locate this secondary source. Scholars think that perhaps the books of Matthew and Luke took enough of the contents of this source. You know, they copied this source so well, all of the sayings were in Matthew and Luke, and people liked the way that these books interpreted the sayings. So people just started to use the books of Matthew and Luke as a source for these sayings. So people didn't really need the original source anymore. It kind of fell out of popularity, it stopped being copied, and all we have is Matthew and Luke. But what this original source was, where it came from, who wrote it, what exactly it contained, is the massive mystery here. It was apparently just Jesus's sayings, you know, quotes from Jesus, parables, and they were divided into wisdom sayings and judgment sayings, and also some narrative ones. And some of the things believed to have come from this source are, for example, the Beatitudes, the Lord's Prayer, and many other parables. Nehushtan was, and this is kind of funny because the name itself is most likely a pun, either on the Hebrew word for snake, or for brass, or for both. And it was this bronze serpent statue that Moses built with instruction from the Lord, and he placed it on a stick. Now, to add some context for this, the Israelites were basically turning away from God, turning away from Moses, and so God sent down these snakes to bite and kill them. And then they were all bitten, poisoned, they were dying, and they seemingly repented. They turned back towards Moses and God, and then God instructed Moses. He said, create this bronze snake statue, put it on a stick, hold it up for all the Israelites to see, and whosoever looks upon this statue will be cured. And so he did that, a bunch of the Israelites were cured, and the statue was actually kept until King Hezekiah later destroyed it, because he said the Israelites were now worshipping this statue, and giving offerings to it, saying prayers to it, and so worshipping anything other than God or Yahweh was clearly a big no-no. But the idea of a snake on a staff, wrapped around a staff, and especially one that is kind of healthy, cures ailments or injuries or diseases, is a very old concept, with origins even older than the Bible, with one of the Mesopotamian gods, Ningishzida, using a staff with two snakes coiled around it. And this was potentially as far back as 4000 BC, so like 6000 years ago, and we still use this symbol today in hospitals, A&E places, doctors, etc. So a super ancient concept. It goes back at least 6,000 years. Very likely it goes back in the oral tradition to 10,000, 15,000 or more years ago. And it was in the Bible, and we still use it today. So yeah, some great continuity. The Seal of Solomon was thought very likely to be a ring made out of brass and iron. And King Solomon of Israel used this ring apparently for several means. The ring allegedly was absolutely beautiful. It was engraved with the words "Most Great Name of God." It was decorated with these 4 precious gems that represented Solomon's control over the 4 elements, and allowed Solomon to communicate with and control spirits and stuff like demons, genies, and to grant protection and safety to people, and speak with animals like Dr. Dolittle, and perform rituals. It was really like a jack-of-all-trades ring. But we don't have any physical evidence that the ring existed. It's in legends, it's in accounts, it's been written about, but we don't have anything that resembles the ring on hand physically. And again, with a lot of these, maybe it was destroyed over time, maybe it was just lost, forgotten, buried under the ground, or maybe it's at the bottom of a lake somewhere, bottom of a river, but it remains one of the most mysterious, seemingly powerful objects or artifacts in history. And that is all we have time for. This was a very fun one for myself. As you know, I like all stuff to do with history, ancient people, ancient civilizations, and also myths, legends, artifacts, magic, alchemy, so this one was incredibly fun to do. If you know any cool artifacts that I didn't cover in this one, let me know down below, and perhaps there might be a second episode to this. In case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. And as always, thanks for watching.
This episode is like every man's breakfast. This one's right out of
help you find something? Light bless you.
ancient lost artifacts, mythical, legendary weapons, armor, jewelry, stuff of tales and legends, and one or two somewhat well-known, well-proven artifacts that simply got lost to time and whose whereabouts are currently unknown. We will explore all of these and more, so grab a drink. My choice today is marshmallow and fennel tea, and join me as we explore part 2, kind of the legendary artifacts iceberg. In tier 1 we have the highly requested, it seems, Durandal. But this was a very interesting weapon, which was a sword of a man named Roland, and he was a legendary paladin from 8th century France. And Roland fought for and under Charlemagne, this man right here, but Durandal the sword was said to be incredibly hard, incredibly durable, sharp, and in some accounts actually was on fire. Now, the meaning and origin of the name Durandal isn't entirely understood. There are some theories saying that it derives from the word durable and enduring. So, you know, durable, enduring, Durandal. So that's one possibility. Another suggests that it comes from the words Durant and then Dale, or I guess this is flipped, so it would be Durant Dale, but that would mean sharp scythe. So that's another possibility, that it was just a sharp cutting sword. Another possibility might be the old French kind of mistranslated ardent, which might mean something close to flame or flaming, hence the legend of this flaming sword. There's also the Arabic this word, which I am not gonna try and pronounce, but this would mean master of stone, on account of this sword, you know, slicing through and destroying mountains and stones, which we will get into in just a little bit. But as you can see, a very, very cool legendary sword. Lots of, I think, possibilities for the origin of its name. And as for the origin of the sword itself, it has just as many, if not more, explanations. Some say that Charlemagne himself actually originally owned the sword, and then, you know, gave it over to Roland. Some say the European legendary smith Wayland himself crafted it. Some say it was given down from the gods and then passed down through the generations. But all we do know for sure is that Roland owned the sword. He used it in many battles, in many fights, eventually using it in the Battle of Roncevaux, which I think is the one he's most known for. It's the most famous one. And in it, he basically saves the French army. He saves Charlemagne, but in the process gets himself surrounded, fatally wounded, and he ends up dying. But he didn't want the Saracen army to get Durandal, so according to the legend, he tried to actually destroy the sword by smashing it directly against marble. But obviously that didn't work. Like, hello, legendary sword here, what's a bit of marble gonna do? But here there are kind of different versions of the legend. Some say he just fell down and died and kind of hid the sword underneath him. Or my favorite account of what happened is that Roland couldn't destroy the sword, and the swipes from this sword actually cleaved the top of these mountains. In some accounts, it actually divides like a hole out of this mountain. And so, to help him hide the sword, he called upon Saint Michael. And Saint Michael came down, he gave Roland the strength to throw the sword, and he threw the sword several hundred kilometers in that direction across the border into France, where it got embedded into the side of a mountain, and that is where Durandal came to rest. That was until it was apparently stolen by Henry the Young King in 1183. So the local people made a replica, they put it back into the rock, and then that was stolen, and then they made another replica and then shoved it into the rock. And basically the replicas just kept being stolen from this spot, with the last one stolen actually being in June of 2024, which I'll admit, it might be a pretty cool souvenir to keep, and I'm not condoning stealing. But we don't know where the original sword is. We don't really know where any of the replicas are, although the sword and the legend behind it, I think, are very cool. Tutankhamun's meteoric iron dagger is so freaking cool. And it was this famous dagger made out of iron and owned by King Tut of Egypt in around the 1300s BC. But what makes this dagger really, really cool is the particular molecular makeup of it, in that the iron found inside of this dagger is very, very, very similar to the iron found in meteorites. Because this iron dagger, while yes, mostly iron, is also comprised of about 11% nickel. And every other iron artifact that we found kind of in history that was maybe dug up from the ground, smelted into something, these never really exceed around 4%. Whereas meteoric iron, you know, iron that's come directly from a meteor, that normally ranges between 5 and 35%. And as a reminder, this dagger sits at around 11%. So it very, very likely actually came from a meteor. And if that's not like the coolest thing that you could have owned at the time, then I don't know what is. Like literal space dagger. And bear in mind, this was actually in the time of the Bronze Age. So they hadn't really even started mass producing iron, mass mining iron. You know, they were still using bronze for most of their things, most of their smelting and weapons, etc. Iron at the time was actually more expensive than gold just because of how rare it was. And so they often would only really use iron for like royal gifts, little trinkets, little decorations sort of thing. And so just having an iron dagger on its own was already rare and expensive and awesome, let alone a meteoric iron dagger. Then, of course, the Bronze Age collapse happened, which check out my Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg videos if you want to learn a little bit more about that. It is truly a fascinating topic. But after the Bronze Age collapse, in came the Iron Age, in came mining iron, smelting it, and so iron daggers were less and less rare, less and less impressive. But this meteoric dagger, I think, will remain one of my favorite artifacts of all time. The Baghdad Battery refers to these 3 items found near Baghdad in 1938. And when these 3 items are combined together, they are thought to form a super, super early rudimentary battery. And this was from the Parthian period, so around 200 BC. And these 3 items are a clay jar, which provides sort of the housing for the battery, a copper cylinder that sits inside of the jar, and an iron rod that goes inside the cylinder. And when this jar was filled with a electrolyte sort of liquid, so think lemon juice, vinegar, that sort of thing, it's possible that this was actually capable of producing a small electrical charge. Now, what exactly that charge might have been used for, we're not entirely sure. There are some people that theorize that this is evidence, this is proof of like these ancient, super advanced civilizations that ran their entire underground cities on these batteries, or maybe on more advanced batteries. You know, they used to have iPhones 5,000 years ago. But I think a more likely theory is that 1, they were either just kind of experimenting, they were messing around with these things, or 2, they used it for something called electroplating, which is a process by which you can use a battery to basically transfer small layers of one metal onto another metal. And it's a very cool process all in all, honestly, but you can use this to increase the durability of a certain metal or to increase the resistances of it. Perhaps one metal is harder than another, perhaps one resists rust better than another, or just as a form of decoration to kind of change the look and feel of whatever metal you want. It's a very, very cool process. Look into it a little bit if you want to be impressed. And the Baghdad battery, I think, is a very cool artifact. As I said, we're not entirely sure what it was actually used for, but hopefully someday soon we can actually find some more of these. The Rosetta Stone is somewhat of a well-known artifact, I would say, but it still to this day absolutely amazes me every time I read about it. And it was found in 1799 in Egypt during a campaign run by Napoleon Bonaparte. And when it was found, it was an absolutely groundbreaking discovery, because on this stone are 3 direct translations of the same text, the same message, but in 3 different languages. It was a decree written by a council of priests affirming the 13-year-old king Ptolemy V in 196 BC. And you had this same decree written in ancient Egyptian, so, in hieroglyphs, and in ancient Greek, and in something called demotic. Now, the hieroglyphs weren't used in kind of day-to-day work. They were used more in like official ceremonies or for engraving, kind of maybe like how we use Latin today. Demotic was basically what the modern in those days Egyptians used. So day-to-day they would speak in demotic, they would write their messages in it. And then there was ancient Greek, obviously the official language of ancient Greece at the time, but also of the Egyptian administration, because, of the influence of Greece, of the Ptolemy line of rulers originally coming from Greece. And so all of these things combined kind of explained why there were 3 different versions of this. And as you can imagine, when this stone was first discovered, we knew a good chunk of ancient Greek, we knew a little bit less demotic, and we knew even less in ancient hieroglyphs. So this was like Google Translate in the ancient times. It gave us a bunch of knowledge about what certain words and letters and orderings meant, etc. And this one discovery has helped us still to this day in figuring out the translations of these ancient languages. The Dead Sea Scrolls. So these were found between 1946 and 1956 in and around the Dead Sea, hence the name. But these were these ancient Jewish manuscripts and scrolls that had seemingly been written out, scrolled up into these clay jars, and hidden deep in these caves all around the area. And in these scrolls, we find some of the oldest surviving fragments of, for example, the Hebrew Bible or the Tanakh and the Old Testament, as well as various other religious texts linking to early Christianity. And honestly, if this sounds interesting to you, I would highly, highly recommend checking out a documentary on it, or just reading a bit further into the actual texts found here, as there are just far too many to go over in this short video. But they include, for example, the Great Isaiah Scroll, which is the longest, best preserved, oldest Old Testament script ever found, containing the entire book of Isaiah. There's a scroll detailing the rules and laws of a Jewish community at the time, the Qumran community, and they were a sect of Jews who lived kind of on the outskirts of the Dead Sea, and so you have their local rules and customs, etc. And this kind of gave us more evidence as to what they liked about the other Jews, what they disliked about them, how they saw Judaism was at the time. And this was all from around 150 BC all the way up to around 50 AD. So around 200 years, but it also spans over kind of early Christianity at the time. So if you want to take a read of it, I will leave a English translation down below, or a link to the English translation. But before these scrolls were found, the earliest version of the Old Testament that we had was actually a Greek translation. And this Greek translation had actually been translated itself based on an earlier Hebrew or Aramaic Old Testament, and then this one got lost. The Greek one was all that we had, and then that was translated either into English or to Hebrew or to whatever. And so another thing was that when these scrolls were found, they actually revealed that a bunch of the Greek translations were kind of inaccurate. They didn't do a terrible job, but there were kind of 1 or 2 words that were kind of flipped here or there, like the word virgin, for example, originally just being young woman, the sons of Israel being just originally the sons of God in the Dead Sea Scrolls version, as well as many, many other differences. And if that wasn't enough, we still haven't gone through all of these scrolls that we've discovered, because as you can imagine, these are very, very old scrolls. They are furled up, rolled up in these jars or pots or whatever. And so just the act of opening the jar in some cases could destroy the scrolls, but especially, taking them out, unfurling them. And so a bunch of them have been kept for, the last 100 years. And only now we're just starting to develop technology that can basically read the content of these scrolls from outside the jar without having even to unfurl them, which is just fascinating, and I am very excited to see what else might be on these scrolls. The Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch is, before anyone gives me hell in the comments, not a real artifact, but it's from one of my favorite films of all time, a film I'm sure you all know and love, Monty Python and the Holy Grail. But this weapon is incredibly powerful. It comes with a set of instructions to use, and when it's first introduced, it is accompanied by the following text from the Book of Armaments, being, "And Saint Attila raised the grenade up on high, saying, O Lord, bless this thy hand grenade, that with it thou mayest blow up thine enemies, 2 tiny bits in thy mercy. And the people did feast upon the lambs, and sloths, and carp, and anchovies, and orangutans, and breakfast cereals, and fruit bats, and large chalupas," which is this thing, by the way. Then they skip a bit, the text goes on to read, "And the Lord spake, saying, First shalt thou take out the holy pin, then shalt thou count to 3, no more, no less. 3 shall be the number thou shalt count to, and the number of the counting shall be 3. 4 shalt thou not count to, neither count thou 2, excepting that thou then proceed to 3. And 5 is right out. Once the number 3, being the third number, be reached, then lobbest thou thy holy hand grenade of Antioch towards thy foe, who, being naughty in my sight, shall snuff it." And this was all, of course, during the battle with the outstandingly deadly and vicious killer rabbit of Kerbenog, who was known to jump at least 8 feet in the air and rip out someone's jugular, even decapitating them before they even knew which side of Tuesday was up. So a very, very deadly critter and a very fun entry. Tier 2, Goliath's Sword. So in the famous battle with the underdog young Jewish shepherd David versus the huge legendary Philistine warrior Goliath, David beats Goliath in single combat, armed with only a sling and a rock. But after he won the fight, David grabbed Goliath's sword and he beheaded Goliath, and then took Goliath's sword, dedicated it to God as like thanks for winning the battle, and then he donates the sword to a city of priests. These priests then give David back the sword a little later on when he needs a weapon, and after that we don't really know what happens to it. And there are some very, very interesting, fascinating theories here involving the Tuatha De Danann and the Scythian people and ancient Irish mythology, which we will cover in a little bit more detail a little further down. But just know for now that the Tuatha De Danann were a group of people, foreigners, invaders, who were, according to legend, somewhat magical. They came from somewhere, we don't really know where. They invaded Ireland, and they weren't unique in this. They weren't the only people who did. Another group was, for example, the Firbolg, who were apparently from Greece, the Milesians from Spain, as well as many, many other people. But these Tuatha De Danann, according to some theories, were actually the Scythian people, a nomadic warrior tribe who came from this sort of region and were actually descendants of Israel. And so this long, convoluted theory says that David, who was an Israelite, kept the sword of Goliath, or Goliath's sword, and he kept it within his people. He kind of passed it down from person to person. Some of these people eventually went off and became the Scythians, and importantly, they took the sword with them. Then they migrated all over the place, as nomads tend to do. They ended up in Ireland, settling there, making their home there, and these Scythian people are what spurred on the legend of the Tuatha De Danann. And with them, they brought not only the sword of Goliath, but also many, many other legendary artifacts, a few of which we will get into a little bit further down. The Wallace sword is this lovely, beautiful sword said to have belonged to William Wallace, who was the legendary knight who led the Scottish resistance against the English in the late 1200s. And William Wallace, after this revolt, was executed in 1305, and it is said at the time that a local governor actually received the sword. Then it kind of fell out of the records. There are accounts like 200 years later stating that King James IV of Scotland actually commissioned an armorer to repair this sword. You know, to touch it up a little bit, create a new hilt, create a scabbard and a belt for it. And then there's again nothing for like 3 centuries until a letter was found in 1825 stating that this sword was being sent to the Tower of London for repairs. And the sword is currently being stored and displayed in the National Wallace Monument in Stirling, Scotland. And we're honestly not entirely sure if this is the original sword. You know, the one that belonged to Wallace. It may very well be. It might have been changed out over the years. It might have been destroyed and replaced or stolen or what have you. But let me know your thoughts on this one down below. Prydwen was one of the many artifacts of King Arthur, and this was a shield decorated with the image of the Mother Mary. And according to legend, any sword or weapon or anything that struck this shield would just immediately shatter, which honestly, it sounds pretty helpful. But since it is a Arthurian legend, we're not too sure if this shield ever actually existed, or whether the legend was based on an actual shield, or some combination of the two. And if it did ever exist, we're not entirely sure where it is today. Akkad refers to this ancient city and capital of the Akkadian Empire in Mesopotamia 4,000 years ago. And the strange thing is, we know that this city existed, as it has been referenced many, many times. Its location has been hinted at, but we've never actually found the city or its exact location. As I said, we've taken kind of clues from various sources that say, okay, this city was like near X river, and then another source would say that this city lay east of somewhere or west of another place. And so we have kind of triangulated its position to somewhere in this sort of region, but there are some major problems with actually finding this city. The first problem, probably the major problem, is that a city this large and this old very likely would be buried quite deep. And so it might just be located underneath a very heavily built up area in somewhere like Baghdad, meaning you can't really go digging around, at least not very efficiently. And two, a lot of the references to the location of the city are in reference to the Tigris River, and it is thought that the river itself has moved about over the years. So even if it were to the east of the river, 2,000 years ago or 4,000 years ago, is a very old city, it's likely the river has kind of morphed and changed over that time, and so the references are becoming just less and less useful. It is a fascinating topic. I do kind of have faith, if not hope, that the city will be found eventually, as God knows what we'll discover under there, but only time will tell. The sandals of Jesus were said to be, well, Jesus's sandals that were donated to the Prum Abbey by Pepin the Short. And this was all the way back in the 750s, and they remain in this abbey to this day. They were said to have been a gift from Roman Pope Stephen II, and they were given to Pepin the Short, which he then donated them. But the lineage of these sandals before this, all the way back to apparently the life of Jesus, if they were in fact his sandals, is unfortunately a little unclear. The Sword of Islam. So after Italian dictator Mussolini occupied Libya, he declared himself the protector of Islam, and he was gifted what was called the Sword of Islam by a man named Yusuf Kerisk, who was a Berber leader in northern Africa, who obviously supported Mussolini's occupation of Libya. And this sword was pretty cool. It was a pretty good sword. Notably, parts of it were crafted from gold, which made it a very valuable sword. But when Mussolini fell from power, the sword kind of disappeared. It's never turned up since. And so we don't know if it was stolen or lost or destroyed, melted down for lunch money or something. But that is the Sword of Islam, the Shield of Achilles. So back in ancient Greece, Homer, not that guy, but Homer was a poet, he was a writer, and he wrote two famous stories which you might have heard of, the Iliad and the Odyssey. And within them is the story of Achilles, who, as you all might know, was dipped into the river Styx, making him completely invulnerable, except when his mum dipped him into this river. I guess she didn't want to get her hands wet, so she didn't dip all of him in. She just grabbed him by the ankle, dipped him in, so he was more or less completely invulnerable. But because his ankle didn't technically go in the river, that was his one weakness, or his Achilles heel. And of course, because of this, in the story, he was then shot through the ankle with an arrow, and he ended up succumbing and dying, which... Firstly, that is not a responsible way to dip a baby in a river. I mean, not that you should be, dipping many babies in rivers, but if you are gonna dip a baby in a river, probably don't do it by just grabbing the end of one ankle. But Achilles was a legendary warrior in these stories, and so he naturally had many legendary artifacts. And one of those artifacts was his shield. And this shield is really quite beautiful. It is described in the Iliad, and it depicts on the shield these murals almost of the earth, the sun, the sky, the sea, the moon and stars and people and buildings, cities, houses, just all sorts. But where this shield is, or whether it ever existed, we don't currently know. The Irish crown jewels. So these are these gorgeous, voluptuous pieces of jewelry that were created in 1831 for the Grand Master of the Irish Knights Order of St. Patrick in Ireland, and they were kept in Dublin Castle until 1907, when they were stolen and haven't been seen since. And these black and white photos don't really do the jewels justice. They were crafted with green emeralds forming this shamrock shape. They had red rubies in. Their motto was like engraved with pink diamonds. Then they also had regular diamonds thrown in there, and all in all, each piece of jewelry was worth, in today's money, just over around maybe £2 million, $2.5 million US, or $5 million for the pair of them. And the whole case surrounding these jewels and surrounding the theft is just absolutely wild. As I said, these jewels were kept in the Dublin Castle, and they were kept under the protection of the Ulster King of Arms, Sir Arthur Vickers, who was known apparently to get very drunk and was even said to have woken up one day after a night of drinking, a night of lollygagging all over the place, and woke up with the jewels around his neck and no memory of how they even got there. And so, after these jewels went missing, a few people naturally blamed Arthur. Arthur blamed his second in command, Frank Shackleton, and the commission investigating this eventually found no one guilty of the theft, but did find Arthur guilty of misconduct, of not exercising proper vigilance in protecting these jewels, as he was the protector and watcher of them after all. And interestingly enough, Frank Shackleton was actually the brother of a man named Ernest Shackleton, who was the famous explorer and survivor of the Antarctic, and we will be covering his story in an upcoming video. But this investigation basically went back and forth, Arthur blaming Frank, saying he set him up, he got him drunk, and this didn't really go anywhere. And one of the reasons why perhaps it didn't go anywhere was there was a deeper political subplot surrounding this whole theft, surrounding the Dublin Castle, as it was thought that Frank was involved in and had information and knowledge about what were called at the time the Dublin Castle homosexual scandals of 1884, which, as you can imagine, was more taboo in those sorts of days, and involved, sex parties within the castle. It involved bringing prostitutes in regularly, and it was very likely likely the case that because Frank knew about all of this, he knew the names of perhaps some high-up officials, maybe he had threatened to kind of spill the beans if anyone prosecuted him. It is thought that that was a major reason why he was never convicted, or at least why he was never investigated, because there wasn't any solid evidence linking Frank to this case or to this theft. But even though there were investigations still going on, somewhat passively, this case has never been solved, and these fantastic, beautiful Irish jewels were never found. The Piri Reis map is a 1513 world map created by Ottoman explorer and admiral Piri Reis. And it's really a wonderful little map, at least what we have left of it, as what you see on screen is basically all we have. There's roughly 2/3 of the world missing from this map, which were, as far as we can tell, just lost to time. It was gifted in 1517 to the Ottoman Sultan by Piri Reis himself, and then we don't really know what happened to it until it was rediscovered in 1929. And it really is one of the more fascinating maps from the 16th century. And there are more accurate world maps from around this time, but I think the uniqueness behind the Piri Reis map is what makes it so fascinating. For one, the sources that Piri used for his map were unusually diverse, especially for the Muslim world at the time, because it was slightly, a faux pas. It was like slightly taboo for, if you were in the Islamic world, to use Western sources for stuff like this, because it was kind of understood that the Muslim world is superior. We have better scientists, better explorers, better map makers, and so they would typically keep a lot of their sources within the Muslim world. But Piri Reis used Portuguese maps. He used an Arabic map of India. He likely also used an early version of a Christopher Columbus map to help with the mapping of South America. And it is thought he likely got this Christopher Columbus map from a navy battle he fought in the 1500s, and after winning that battle, he captured a particular Spaniard, and this Spaniard had apparently been on Christopher Columbus's voyage, and with him, he very likely had one of his maps. But as well as those, he used many charts, many smaller maps, many ideas and references, etc. And on top of that, Piri Reis's map kind of goes against the generally accepted Islamic idea that was often seen on world maps or maps at the time, being the world ocean or world river, which was this giant body of water that basically encircled the earth. So this Piri Reis map was like a beautiful melding sort of the Islamic world and all of its knowledge, but also of the Western world, European ideas and maps. And yes, there are some things that he got wrong on this map. There are some land masses and islands that he missed. There are some ones that he put in which don't actually exist, but that is all absolutely to be expected with a world map from this sort of age, which, bear in mind, this was in the age of exploration. They didn't have Google Maps set up yet. Christopher Columbus had just only recently made his way over to South America. North America wouldn't be settled by Europeans for another 50 years. And Australia and the Atlantic wouldn't be discovered for another 250 years. I'll leave this translated version up if you want to pause the video and read it. I'll also leave a link down below if you want to check it out and give it a little read. But it was a super fascinating artifact. Balmung is the sword that legendary warrior and hero Sigurd used to kill Fafnir, who was a great dragon or worm in Germanic folklore. And it's a pretty cool sword. Sigurd's carrying it here, as you can see, looking like a fish for some reason. A fish with arms and legs. And all of Sigurd's weapons, this one included, was said to glow bright and gold and may or may not have had a dragon emblazoned on it. And according to legend, Sigurd received this sword when his father Sigmund, during his sister's wedding feast, witnessed a strange man walk in, grab his sword, and jam it into a nearby tree. And he declared, whoever shall pull this sword from this tree shall be the rightful owner and wielder, and shall be allowed to keep it. But what they didn't know at the time was that this strange old man was actually Odin himself. And everyone came up, they tried to pull the sword out of the tree, everyone failed except Sigmund, and he grabbed the sword, pulled it out, and so was allowed to keep it. So eventually after this, the king of the area, he gets jealous of Sigmund. He kills Sigmund's father, he captures his family, and then Sigmund takes this sword and basically goes John Wick on the king, hunting him down, using the sword, killing people, until eventually